Happy Saturday, everybody. I am so thrilled to be able to introduce you to Baltimore PokeCon Volume 3. My name is Mr. Patch. I am joined by
Consort. How's it going, folks?
And also Sableye. He's here too, little buddy. Yeah, this is a tremendous opportunity. I'm so thrilled to be able to be a part of this. It is so much bigger than any of us here. We are here at Xanadu Games in Laurel, Maryland, a little bit outside of Baltimore, but I can see why we're here. It's just a tremendous venue, really a jewel of the East Coast.
Oh yeah.
Just competitive video game scene, and but it's not Smash Bros.
Not today. Not today.
We got Pokemon VGC official format Regulation G. The restricted mons are out here.
Yeah, and that has been terrifying, man. There's been a couple of restricted mons in particular that have been tearing up the scene these past couple of months. Calyrex Shadow, Calyrex Ice, of course, always big. Miraidon, terrifying. Will just kill you with Volt Switch.
Yeah, I mean maybe I thought you were about to say a third Calyrex. Like we just got horses out here, man.
A third
They're taking
scarier
over.
Calyrex.
Yeah, I gotta say though, as dominant as both Calyrexes have been at different stages of this meta, they've peaked basically at like 20% usage.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not a situation of I don't remember what the data was, but every other person using Zacian in Gen 8, it's a very diverse metagame, which I think is really fascinating.
Yeah, and of course, my favorite restricted, which somehow isn't actually on the restricted list, my boy Pelipper.
Oh my god.
Have you seen how much damage Weather Ball does in rain for a support Pokemon? It's unreal. It's unreal. Shouldn't be allowed.
And then you just throw in like, let me send in my Amoonguss to tank that Weather Ball. Here's a Hurricane.
Yeah, Hurricane.
Or can you imagine Amoonguss on like a Sun Team or something?
Oh god.
And then Weather Ball just becomes fire
type. Oh goodness.
Yeah, Weather Ball, a cool move for sure.
Gets Wide Guard, sets rain.
It's really, I think, difficult to explain to people who aren't like super into VGC. Obviously, Pokemon is like the most popular, like biggest media franchise in the world. Mm-hmm. But VGC is strangely like just a small kind of subset of it.
Yeah.
We got TCG out here in spades. I mean, you can actually see we got a separate TCG stream behind us. Maybe we could drop the link in the chat to that. I'm actually not sure what the link is off the top of my head, but there's just so many elements to Pokemon, and VGC is like a very involved, very very deep element of the game, and it's hard to explain to people who might not be that clued in why Wide Guard is like maybe the best move.
Yeah. It's so hard to like really explain, but just being able to have that mix up of your guy just didn't do no damage this turn is a big deal. It's a big deal.
And I'm just looking down on my phone here of the team sheets. We are doing open team sheet format, Swiss, everything that you would expect from an actual Pokemon Company run regional or related event. I see we've got a Miraidon team coming up from Brooke Bernhardt against, let me see, we've got Emily Ham piloting the current king of restricted in Reg G. Calyrex Ice Rider just won NAIC riding high with that Glacial Lance. I mean, I look at this. Okay, Protect, Glacial Lance, Trick Room, high horsepower, like
huge. So scary.
What more do you need? This is somebody who knows what they're doing. You mentioned Pelipper. There it is. Urshifu Rapid Strike, Raging Bolt. Okay, so like lots of rain synergy. Amoonguss, and of course, Mr. VGZ himself.
Incineroar! Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. So Miraidon versus Calyrex Ice is always a fascinating matchup because Miraidon's a mon that just wants to hit the field. It's already hitting like a truck out of the gate. Doesn't have to do a whole lot to get started. Just starts throwing Electro Drift out. Starts throwing out if it's threatened. It hits you with Volt Switch. You still take 50 to 70% on Volt Switch, and it leaves. Calyrex takes a little time to set up. You got to get Trick Room going. You might need a KO or two, like a KO to get that attack boost going. But man, once it gets to click buttons and it's not worried about speed anymore, Glacial Lance hurts.
Yeah, I mean sometimes even if you're not worrying about speed, and there are relevant Pokemon that underspeed Calyrex Ice, right? If the opponent has a Moongus, you got to think twice about it. Even Iron Hands has been kind of making a little bit of a resurgence, also under speeds, I believe. I know Torkoal would. I'm not seeing much Torkoal in this format.
I think Torkoal is just so hard to run right now, especially
when we have Koraidon.
Yeah. The Spore threat too in Trick Room. I tell you what, man, strong Pokemon, weak Pokemon, we are all equal under the sun when Spore's on the table.
Yeah. And I'm just glancing here. We see, on the Amoonguss we got Rage Powder, Protect, Spore, Pollen Puff, pretty standard set right now. I know we've seen like Clear Smog and things like that in the past.
What's the item? I gotta know.
Citrus Berry.
Okay. Ooh.
So extra healing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
like
real quick before we give our competitors the okay here, on the Miraidon team we also have Dragon Pulse, Electro Drift, Volt Switch, and Thunder Wave, actually. With choice specs. Interesting. That's an interesting tech. I haven't seen the Thunder Wave.
Thunder Wave on the choice spec set.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see that coming out, because that's definitely a mix.
You gotta click it and switch out at that point, right? So you are kind of like locked in on your next turn on what your next move is going to be. But I guess if getting that effective para out, roll compression's a thing. You don't see
there
it
are
on your
some
sweeper.
Pokemon. If you can get the Calyrex Shadow paralyzed, that can kind of be wraps. Oh, I see some trophies off screen. I'll show you guys that.
Or a world, hold on, hear me out. A world where Miraidon Thunder Waves a teammate so it can outspeed Calyrex Ice under Trick Room.
Oh my gosh. Forgetful
Big
para. Forgetful para. That doesn't exist here. The rest of the team is rounded out by, this is interesting, Snow Warning, Light Clay, Aurora Veil, Ninetales, Helping Hand, Blizzard, Dazzling Gleam. A little bit of versatility there. Chi and Pow, Focus Sash, literally just the moves you would expect. I don't know. You know what you're getting. Fire Ogerpon with Throat Chop, Woodhammer, Spiky Shield. Iron Bundle, we haven't seen too much. in a while. Protect, freeze dried, water, Terra Blast. Who says I don't have a fully accurate water move?
Hey.
And Blizzard. So some synergy there with the Ninetales. Iron Valiant as well. Clear Amulet, Wide Guard. We were just talking about how important of a move that is.
Oh, yeah.
Brick Break, Dazzling Gleam, and Shadow Sneak. That Pokemon gets like 25 useful moves. And can go physical or special. So I'm interested to see what comes of that Mon in particular, because as I understand it, it's not bad in singles, but it's really not used in doubles.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
So interested to see what's happening there. I'm going to give our players the okay to lock in here.
All right.
Excuse me, one moment.
Get ready to get started here. And yeah, my lay of the land, from what I can tell, is it looks like this Miraidon team, when you're talking about like Light Clay or Aurora Veil, you just want to hit the ground and finish the game up in 5 turns or less. Take advantage of that Aurora Veil being there, so you can just swing, get that game done and out quickly. But if Calyrex Ice Rider can stick around long enough to get that Trick Room down and start swinging back, you're in a tough spot. You're in a very tough spot, so we'll have to see how this works out here.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the teams here, like what is Cali Ice threatened by here? Not Ninetales. Ninetales is going to help it out.
Right.
Give it that 50% defense boost thanks to Snow Warning. I mean, we've got super effective Brick Break on the Iron Valiant, but with that base power move, with that amount of bulk on that horse, that Frozen Clydesdale, it's not going anywhere.
Yep.
From a Brick Break, I don't think. We do have very potent high crit Ivy Cudgel, Fire Ivy Cudgel. I think that's definitely concerning.
Ogerpon and Miraidon threaten everything, no exceptions. So that even Calyrex, it gets looked at the wrong way, it's taking a lot of damage.
And I mean, we do have Chi and Pao, Sword of Ruin, to consider here. That is gonna, that Sacred Sword is gonna hit us like unusually hard. And I mean, nothing really takes like full Hadron Engine, boosted Electro Drift from Miraidon. So, yeah, I think Brooke has some tools for taking on the Ice Horse, but I think this matchup does basically eliminate Ninetales from the equation. Gonna have to be careful about how this is approached.
Yeah. I mean, on the other hand, an Aurora Veil going out does mean that Miraidon maybe gets to stick in for like 1 or 2 Calyrex attacks, 1 or 2 Glacial Lances, or maybe even like 1 high horsepower. That could be enough, because Miraidon really just needs to get Cali out of the way, and then it's, as long as it's able to keep clicking buttons, it's good. All right, so starting out, it's going to be Calyrex and Incineroar versus Miraidon and Iron Galleon.
This is an interesting lead. The Intimidate does matter here on the Iron Valiant. Now, there's going to be no disruption to the electric terrain. No terrain setting from Emily. We have so many things happening before you can even select your move here.
Right. Yeah, and the attack drop not hitting Iron Valiant because of the Clear Amulet. So that attack drop actually not taking effect, and Calyrex and Miraidon in. This is a situation you're a little bit worried about, I feel like, if you're the Calyrex player, because Miraidon can already be clicking buttons on you before you can get set up and before you can really get moving. And you're going to see that a lot with Miraidon teams. They want to lead with this Miraidon. The Iron Valiant coming out is a little bit of extra support as well. The Wide Guard available in case Calyrex does try to just send a Glacial Lance off the bat. This is I feel like a pretty strong position for Brooke here off the rip.
Did you catch what stat got boosted by Iron Valiant? Because I could see 3.
I'm going to be honest. There were so many text boxes. I missed it. Turn 1, Terra coming out.
And there's the electric. So Miraidon is not going to be weak to Glacial Lance. Should be able to tank 1 of those. Let's see how much damage is going to be coming out here. Oh,
fake
none
out pressure
at all. Fake out, one of the most important moves in VGC. Brick Break,
just going for the Brick Break.
You know what? I honestly forgot that it's a partial Psychic type. Let's see.
Man.
Oh, man, Iron Valiant just barely hanging on there.
Yeah, but Miraidon's still alive, and now that fake out pressure isn't around, this is very, very threatening, because that Electro Drift, man, just does crazy, crazy damage. And the wide guard still on board here from Iron Valiant as well. Let's see, what's the play from Emily? How do you get out of this situation here? If you survive, if Calyrex survives another attack, gets off one more Glacial Lance, though, that might just be the snowball that wins the game.
Now, I think with another Brick Break into a, potentially an Electro Drift into Calyrex, that may take it. But I think the Protect here on Calyrex could really be disruptive.
There's the wide guard.
Oh, it does come out. No Protect. Is that going into a Mook? No, it is going into the horse. How much is this doing here? Wow, that actually takes it.
Goodness.
The Brick Break mattered, I think.
I think it did. That usually does not OHKO a Calyrex Ice. As maybe I don't know the exact calc on it. That's usually not a straight up kill. So that Brick Break, even though it didn't feel like a lot, that may have been crucial. And then the wide guard was there just in case. Because Calyrex generally is all spread moves. So that wide guard means Calyrex just doesn't get to play the game. We got the oh goodness, why can't I remember his name? I see Raging Bolt hitting the field. Yeah, right. That's what I was getting messed up with.
Long neck.
Amoonguss out too as well. So this could be, Spore could take the Miraidon offline. Draco Meteor could certainly finish this up. There are definitely options for Emily still, but losing the restricted this early is pretty brutal.
Now, Miraidon has two bad matchups here. Spore is off the table because of electric terrain.
Oh,
so that's actually not a big deal. But we do see the Miraidon switching out. Pollen Puff will KO Iron Valiant here.
Certainly.
We're kind of pivoting around here. The Ogerpon comes out.
Oh, Dazzling Gleam, that's so much damage.
That is, hold on, that's not assault, but okay, a critical hit. That makes sense a lot.
Okay, I was going to say that's a lot. That's a lot of damage. Iron Valiant is going to faint in return, though.
That bolt is Assault Vest.
Goodness.
Even with the crit, that's a shocking damage calc to me.
Iron Valiant,
it's a spread move, right?
Yeah.
25% decrease.
Iron Valiant, I love as a support Pokemon because it's a support Pokemon that can just throw hands. Is not afraid to just click an attacking move. Sometimes the best support is just knock the other guy out, and then he can't hit you anymore. That's pretty good support.
It does support the team. And its overall goal of getting 4 KOs. Miraidon comes back out. This is a better matchup, but Rage Powder is an option for Emily.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised to see another Volt Switch here. Just get some, probably like 50% chip on the Amoonguss and just get out of here. Fake Out is on the table this turn, though.
Because I think the Rage Power Parting Shot is what you're worried about here, right? Start slowly debuffing your Miraidon, letting something else get a crucial attack in to finish it off, right?
Well, here's the thing with that combo, though. Fake Out into Parting Shot, you still haven't locked into a move at that point. You could just lock in Volt Switch at that point and reset your debuff.
Right, that's what I was thinking, the Volt Switch. But that Fake Out, yes. Man, Amoonguss is tanky. I love Amoonguss.
Yeah, that's actually kind of unbelievable that it wasn't
Citrus
even
Berry.
that close to a KO. Citrus Berry clutching up. I think you basically have to switch your Amoonguss out after this point. Pollen Puff, not a super effective hit because of the fire typing. Man, I would have liked to see the Pollen Puff into the Miraidon on that turn, actually. It would have been close to a KO.
You got to start thinking about how you're going to kill this Miraidon now, right? At this point, you're on a clock. Too many more Electro Drifts, and it's just over regardless of what happens. So, yeah, I'm interested to see what happens. We did not see the Parting Shot locked in there. So, let's see. Protect from the Amoonguss.
I like that Protect. I mean, that's so juicy to lock in to that slot there because you are expecting to switch, get a free hit. But that's going to be a lot of damage on Incineroar. It's just a one-shot. Electric Terra, Electric Terrain, Hadron Engine. Do I have any choice specs? How many more modifiers?
yeah.
It's just too much.
There are no resists for Electro Drift. The game tells you it's not very effective. It doesn't matter. It's lying to you. You're still taking 50% or more.
Well, and because of the crit on Dazzling Gleam earlier, my good side is going to be the back side. Does that make sense? I mean, it's I think an Electro Drift might KO at that range.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
It's quad resistant with
I don't
Assault
know.
Vest. Now, the electric terrain is gone, so it definitely wouldn't right now.
I might be a maniac, but I might just send it anyways. But I think, because here's what I'm thinking, right? You send it anyways, you may just lose the Miraidon here. That may be what you have to do, but you've got Iron Bundle in the back. Iron Bundle's going to outspeed, right? Is going to take that revenge kill. And that may have to be the play, because if you take the risk here, you raw switch into the Iron Bundle, you might lose it before that gets to happen.
Here's the thing.
Does Emily see it, though?
The only thing Amoonguss can do at this point in the battle that is relevant is Spore. You need to be able to set electric terrain again.
Oh.
I think Miraidon coming out is actually essential for that.
That is big brain.
Amoonguss is not going to be able to switch out. It's going to stay at that low health, which is clutch.
And
you need
Emily's-
to make sure that it can't do anything in Spore.
And Emily is going for it. We got the Terra coming out. Rage Powder will not be able to target that Raging Bolt this turn, so this is the big damage coming, but it's Thunderclap. Was it on the switch?
Bundle.
No! Iron Cudgel.
That's
Gonna
huge.
take the Among Us out as well, and that might just be it. I don't think there's a way to recover from this game state here.
No. I mean, because... Oh, that's so tough. I get what Emily was going for there, but yeah, I think once you realize how important electric terrain is and the fact that it's not there, I think Spore into the Miraidon slot. Obviously, like, hindsight's 50-50 now, or 2020.
One of those.
Freeze Dry, that's not quite going to do it. The Assault Vest and not super effective hit coming in clutch there for Emily, but it doesn't matter. Can't take that hit. Brooke takes game one with some style there. I mean, Miraidon was really the number one factor there. Miraidon kind of got to do Miraidon things, and that was the deciding point.
And I think if you're Emily here, you got to be thinking, Amoonguss just doesn't seem to be able to get any kind of value with the electric terrain on deck. I may need another answer. I just don't see how you get it out and get it going. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot about electric terrain stopping sleep too. In my brain, electric terrain exists to make Electro Drift kill things.
Yes, and I did have to be reminded of that pretty recently. I don't know why the terrains are so hard to like remember. Like, God, Indeedee eventually, after months, drilled it into my head that psychic terrain eliminates.
I can tell you.
Fake out.
I can tell you everything weather does, though. Rain, sandstorm. I know all of that, but the terrain, sometimes, But my favorite terrain, of course, the best terrain, is grassy terrain, because the only thing
we drifted.
The only thing better than leftovers is second leftovers.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Leftovers, the sequel.
Have you the sets that have been going around recently for Terapagos, the lefties Terapagos set with the Rillaboom in the back?
Yep.
Is so scary because suddenly this Mon gets to click Calm Mind 4 times before it has to press any buttons, and how do you deal with that?
And it's like, okay, you faked me out, that's fine.
Right.
I'll just get Terra Shell back.
Yeah.
But of course you got to be able to combo it, right? Fake out into a close combat, something like that.
Yep.
In terms of what we see for adjustments, I'm thinking, let's see, wrong team sheet. Yeah, what else did we go here? In terms of what we didn't see Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Right.
And that is Choice Scarf. So that could just, get out in front of a chipped Miraidon and take it out. If it's Terra to not resist the water move. And if you have any factor putting in the Miraidon player's head of maybe I shouldn't Terra.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
For sure.
Maybe I shouldn't give up my water resist.
And of course, another potential Miraidon check that we don't talk about a ton is Raging Bolt. I mean, Draco Meteor will just kill you.
Yes.
It's a tough play to make. If you get swapped out into it, you might only chip something else out and then have to do a whole switch, and then you're kind of on the back foot for the next 3-4 turns. But if you can land that Draco Meteor, that does tend to put a stop to these Miraidon teams.
Oh, for sure. We have the same lead. Yes. We didn't have Raging Bolt.
Yep, the Raging Bolt coming out first this time. This is what I wanted to see. All right, because immediately
Special
the fake out into the Draco Meteor pressure is already on board. So you're already worrying about that, right? Miraidon actually has to play respectful here, has to like really think about this. Oh, there is no Draco Meteor. I'm sorry, it's Dragon Pulse. On
That's
the
right. And did you notice?
Goodness. Okay.
Brooke has Ninetales in the back.
Oh
Bold
my.
move, Cotton.
Oh, okay, okay,
Can't wait to see
okay.
how that plays out. I do want to point out, Valiant did get the special attack boost. Very interesting set because you have the Clear Amulet, which is basically for Intimidate in VGC, right?
Right.
And you do have at least Brick Break.
Well, remember, it will save you from parting shot drops as well.
That's true. Which is relevant right now.
Yes.
Hanyo coming out.
The Mold Breaker
Great
coming out from
nickname there.
Ogerpon.
Now, I will point out, we
Ooh.
also did not see Pelipper
Emily's-
last time from Emily. So I'm going to
Yeah.
be interested to see if we have a little weather war later on.
So Emily's pulling the Terra right away with a big Raging Bolt. So let's see what happens here. Fake out was exactly the
swap.
play. Yep, Dazzling Gleam comes out, but no longer weak to drag or to Fairy is the Raging Bolt and gets to retaliate with the Dragon Pulse. Or no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong moveset.
That
Yes,
was a
the
one
Draco
shot.
Meteor.
Okay. That's pretty big damage.
Yeah.
Pretty big damage in my
And-
professional opinion.
But now the problem is the Miraidon does get to switch back in, and now the Draco Meteor is not as much of a threat. There's no fake out pressure. Really good positioning here from Brooke. You may lose the Mon right away, but you now have this Miraidon in position to make things happen. That said, the one Pokemon advantage on Emily's side not to be slept on either. So let's see where this goes from here. I'm almost wondering if we don't see a switch out of the Raging Bolt here in response.
Yeah, I mean, do you just reset those debuffs from sending the Draco Meteor?
You could potentially maybe get away with the parting shot as well to debuff the Miraidon. You do take a risk there. You could just get O-Code instead, but that's a risk for Brooke to take, not targeting down the big threat right away.
I have to wonder if it would have been worth sending the Draco Meteor into Miraidon.
Even
Just
with the
in
drops, yeah.
case, but here's the Terra, so that would not be the play in this case. But, you know, I mean, even with the special attack debuff, you know, super effective. Draco
Yep.
Meteor would do a chunk,
We got no swaps. The Electro
No
Drift
swaps.
is coming out.
and that
he's
is
dead.
going to, okay, not one shot, but take out Incineroar from that point.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure you live that even at full health unless you're Assault
definitely
Vest
don't.
specifically.
Yeah.
And that's not a set we run. Dazzling Gleam.
doing better damage there with the single target. And we do see the Volt Switch coming out. Does
Yeah.
that pick up the KO?
Not quite.
On Iron Valiant. Obviously because of the special attack drop. But, you know, I mean, you still have Electric Terrain boosting that. I like that
Yep.
play.
And I'm gonna take a wild.
Pelipper is here after all.
I'm gonna take a wild gamble here and say that was the double switch out U-turn parting shot attempt. Again, that's a gamble to take there, but I think it's a reasonable one to take because the game's not necessarily over with Incineroar gone here, and you in a better situation you get to keep both of your Mons that can both switch in and have huge pressure later on. But it's gonna be the Urshifu and the Pelipper with the rain. That's a lot of damage being threatened right now.
I was going to say, speaking of pressure, right now, the Miraidon is in trouble with this non-resisted Surging Strikes boosted by the rain, outspeeding with Choice Scarf, Pelipper in the back. Well, I guess Pelipper isn't threatening much specifically. I don't like the wide guard here. I don't think Emily is really threatening spread damage at all. I don't think really
we're
either side
trading them.
is. I don't think there's a spread move on either side here, but kind of just trading.
There is the Dazzling Gleam from Valiant. That is
okay,
something to think about,
good
but
call.
I'm not sure if that's the play. And something to think about whether Pelipper not
That did get
killed
Oh, Miraidon is down. Emily
with the rain. My boy Pelipper coming in clutch.
Emily might be taking this to a game 3. We are gonna reset the rain with Ninetales here. This ends up being super clutch.
That's
and we
huge.
don't have Calyrex Ice
There's
on
not-
Emily's side. We still have. What? Pelipper was the restricted this time, just like you were
Pelipper was
saying.
the restricted. Look, I'm telling you, ban this guy. Put him on the restricted list. He
No.
deserves it. The bird needs to go.
Hey, you know what? We've got a Hoenn theme this PokeCon. It's the 3rd edition, 3rd gen. I love to see my goofy
So
Gen
this
3
is
guys succeeding here.
This is the hallmark of a high-level VGC player. You don't see it a ton, even if you're watching like the top-level like regionals VGC streams, is knowing when not to bring your restrictive. Sometimes there are restrictives that just have bad matchups. And sometimes you have to have a team that can play without it and still take on another team's restricted with the right tools. And I think that's what we're... Oh my goodness, hold on. That did how much?
I guess you needed wide guard. Which, by the way, you can spam that. You can do it 2 times in a row with, no failure.
I'm gonna be honest though.
That's unbelievable damage output.
I would not have been expecting to die to that.
I gotta think that there is some
KO.
special attack investment in this Iron Valiant.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, if you're running Iron Valiant, right, like no one logs into Pokemon.com to pick Iron Valiant and not crank special attack on this guy. You know what I mean? Like it is a click buttons, do things kind of Pokemon. It just has supporting moves, so that you have to think twice about whether you're targeting it or targeting something else.
Chat, correct me if my memory is wrong. I believe it's 125 base attack, 115 base special attack, and it does get lots of great physical moves. Hey, yo, I stand corrected. Brooke clutching up there tremendously.
I genuinely thought Emily had it. I think the wide guard, the second wide guard play, totally different game. It looked like it was in the bag with that one misplay, and it was the positioning throughout that entire game was so intelligent from Emily too. But that is the nature of VGC. When you have 2 Pokemon on the field on either side, it really just takes one wrong click.
I'm sorry, is that an Alolan Ninetales emote in chat? Am I seeing that right?
That's
from Distant Fox?
It's very small on my screen, but that's what it looks like.
Hard to tell.
I
see the blue, you know?
Yeah, I do want to shout out Don Mare in the chat as well, buddy of mine. I didn't know if we'd have the chat on screen for the commentators, but we do, so hello, I see you. I'm having a great time.
Yeah, hey, welcome in, chat. I hope you guys are having a great time. That was, like...
What a game one.
Yeah, honestly.
Wow.
Honestly. The first set, really interesting there. A lot of Pokemon that we have seen a lot of, that we know do very well, but some real surprises there. The Iron Valiant, like I said before we even started the set, very interested to see what it can do, and it can do a lot. I honestly think... Dude, I don't know if this is the intention, but the Brick Break and Shadow Sneak in that moveset, I feel like is a red herring. I feel like that is something that can throw you off of looking at the team sheet, because you're thinking, okay, this is something that wants to be able to do physical damage in addition to special. I am convinced that thing is just like, it might be 252 special attack.
Yes, I think so too, and I think the physical moves are there too because of just breakpoints with certain calculations. You're not necessarily, like Iron Valiant you're not running Iron Valiant in this meta to pick up Okos. You're running Iron Valiant to soften things up so that your bigger mons can take kills, but then also be a threat that like I could just click wide guard instead, so if you try to do something else to take me out with my teammate, I can shut it down. And if you're looking at it that way, you're looking at hitting breakpoints because of things like Assault Vest, because of some of these like bulkier special defense Pokemon. You do need that investment.
You do, and it's I don't know. I just think that's so interesting. There are very few ways that you can Hi Mars. That's our stream runner, Mars of Marsapalooza Arcade. This channel is his. Everything here, like, we would not be possible without Mars. So
the overlay kind of slick too.
Yeah. And honestly, thrown together last night.
I would not even know. I'd have no idea.
And got a shout out, Ori. What's his last name? He's a vendor here. If you are here at PokeCon, or if you're considering coming out tomorrow, this is a 2-day convention. He is vending here. So, he helped us with well, actually, he did like all the graphics.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, even if you've seen anything on social media, that was all him. So I did want to talk about that. The Baltimore PokeCon is such a team effort. There are so many things that I just assumed were being covered by Kurt, our founder, and I mean, I think most things with this convention, he had a hand in, and I'm just so proud of what he has created here and grown. But so many things I'm finding out, like, oh, I didn't know Ori was doing all the graphics. I didn't know, oh, this other person was going to be Mo running, calling up our sets and our stream matches and everything, and just kind of working the room here. He's just Mem today doing a stellar job, dressed as Ash Ketchum with Pikachu on his shoulder. Like, I don't know. It's just so many people involved in making this work. So many volunteers.
There's such a sense of community, and I kind of came on like very last minute, and was just like, hey, I'll commentate some VGC if there's a spot. But like, just
once I
the sense
realized
of
that you're into Pokemon, I was like, yo, you want to commentate?
That's why I had to shout out Don Mare as well, because frequently when a regional drops within a day or two, me and him are sitting in a Discord call, watching VGC and just yelling at the screen for like 4 or 5 hours, like just almost every time, and it's a great time.
Yeah.
So I got to practice my VGC commentary chops a little bit in a safe, secluded environment. So this is not my first time, but it is my first time being on stream in front of people for Pokemon VGC. So
I have a similar story with like, if people ask me like, oh, have you commentated Pokemon before? I'm like, on my stream.
Yeah.
Does that count? Like, you know, and it's a situation where Pokemon is so big, but it's also so grassroots in a way. You know what I mean? That I feel like people find their own like niche Pokemon communities.
Yeah.
And that could just be following a streamer.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Maybe
even
a streamer
small
who does
streamer.
some really tight Nuzlocks that almost go deathless to the Elite Four. I could think of a
was
gamer like that.
deathless.
It was in spirit.
I don't care. I did the calc. There was no way that was killing. Check out my Twitter @PatchSSB. If you want to understand what I'm talking about. Infinite Fusion is a very cool game, and I beat it.
Yeah.
Nuzlocke.
I want to do a Nuzlocke. I really want to do a Nuzlocke one of these days, but my problem is that I'm not kind to myself when it comes to video games. So I know if I do Nuzlocke, it will be like something like Emerald Rogue or something crazy, where I'm hacking away at it for the better part of a year before I finally get a winning run.
No.
that is the kind of person. No, I thought that was one of the hard ones. Yeah.
You can do it.
Okay. Yeah.
I think I wiped once. It's a
really?
It's a roguelike, so you're supposed to die.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
I don't know. Personally,
maybe not as hard as I thought it would be.
Personally, yeah, I think it was second attempt on singles and first attempt on doubles.
Maybe I should give it a shot.
It's a fun
then.
game. It's a fun game.
Yeah.
I mean, at least if you enjoy Hades or anything like that, it's like failure doesn't really feel that bad.
Roguelikes are my life. I play.
Yeah.
I haven't played as much of them this year, but man, if you I can think of like 2 or 3 roguelikes off the top of my head that I have probably a combined 1,000 hours in.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of it. It's such a fascinating innovation in terms of like, it's a relatively, I guess the genre is like 10 years old now, something. Binding of Isaac was old, but still, it's very cool. I do think Pokemon itself officially has touched on it. Battle Factory. Battle Pike, even?
Yeah. Listen, Game Freak. Listen, if you're watching right now, which I know is a long shot, but I will spend infinite money on a Pokemon roguelike that lets me draft Pokemon off of like a select
detected
pool.
back there, by the way.
Oh, for real? Oh, nice. Yeah, if you make a game that's a roguelike that lets me draft Pokemon off of like a specific pool with specific movesets and things like that, I will buy it, and then I will buy it on my phone, and then I will buy it on another console, and then I will buy it again. Like, seriously, I will make that game profitable myself. Genuinely.
It's amazing to me, like, Battle Factory could just be on my phone, and like I would sink so much into it. Like literally just Battle Factory, update it for current gen, Like,
Yes.
I don't need that to be like. Put that on the eShop, $20. 50, dude, $60. I pay it.
Yeah, let's be real. I'd look at it and be like, $60. That's a little much. I'd say as I'm pulling out my card to buy it anyways because I know I'm going to get $60 worth of gameplay out of it.
It's amazing because like, there's plenty of negativity throughout the Pokemon community. I mean, to be fair, it is like the largest media franchise in the world, right? So, to some extent, like, we're allowed to complain about GameCube graphics in, 2022.
Oh, for
and
sure.
things like that.
For sure.
Like, can we invest a little more into this, certain elements of these games? But at the same time, like, something like Battle Factory, even if like it's a relatively simple product, like the gameplay is just there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you can even look to Dynamax Adventures. That's a roguelike format. And it's like the only way that you can play raids in Sword and Shield, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that even after all this time, there are definitely ways that Pokemon can still like grow and iterate. And we saw that with Legends Arceus. Very different gameplay experience. I'm sure the next Legends game will also be its own kind of unique gameplay experience.
Yeah.
We're city planning out here.
Yeah.
Pokemon SimCity, maybe. I don't know.
One that people don't talk about very much, but is near and dear to my heart, Pokemon Coliseum. And
All doubles game.
Pokemon Coliseum is very cool because it kind of forces you to use some Pokemon you probably wouldn't use otherwise. It puts you with a very limited, like, Pokemon's so diverse and there's so much you can do, but when you're given total freedom, it's hard to not kind of like gravitate back to a couple of personal favorites and a couple of just really strong, mons. But Coliseum makes you play outside of that comfort zone. Here's a mon that's not great, and it's probably not one of your favorites either. Make it work,
Yeah, or it is one of your favorites where, you start with Umbreon and Espeon.
Oh, for sure,
But that's
for
just
sure.
tight. That's just tight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think, oh gosh, where was I going? Low-key, I really would like to see another, like, doubles-focused game.
Yeah.
I mean, it took Scarlet Violet until the Blueberry Academy, the second DLC, to actually, like, teach players in-game about doubles.
Right.
Otherwise, it's just one gym leader.
Yeah.
Where you get an Omni Boost from the crowd sometimes. So,
They like you. So you fight better.
The DLC was so good, I'm saying. Oh, what I was going to say earlier is talking about Pokemon that you wouldn't use otherwise. And that's a big reason why I love Nuzlocke, because you just need to find value in your box wherever you can. And oftentimes that does mean using, like, Chinchino or Minchino. I forget which one is the evolved one. Like,
oh, me too.
That thing does some damage with Tail Slap. Like,
yeah.
I was, just, I don't know, things very surprising.
Technician, right? Am I crazy?
Hey, yes.
Yeah.
It does.
Technician is a very funny ability.
It would be cool if you can slap loaded dice on there.
Oh.
Hold up. Lumineon. Not a great Pokemon, right? Everyone forgets about Lumineon. It's pretty fast, and it gets Encore. And Storm Drain. Shout outs to my guy Imploded Pair. Actually tore up entire battles by just locking in, baiting out a water move,
and just
switching to Storm Drain, Encore, and you just sweep.
Wow.
Lumineon.
Wow.
Like, without a Nuzlocke, I'm never discovering that.
Okay. Lumineon is a tragic Pokemon in the sense of, like, the Greek tragedies. Because you say the fish Pokemon, and someone says Seaking, and then you say, no, the other fish Pokemon, and they say Magikarp. You're like, no, the other fish Pokemon, and they're like, Love this? Alomomola, the other one, and then, like 15 mons later.
Bruxish?
Lumineon? Like,
oh, the butterfly one.
Oh, which is crazy because it's the prettiest fish Pokemon. That's an objective fact. But we still forget about it. Like,
and yet,
Storm Drain.
it's got this one specific, kind of situation of the planets aligning where. Oh wait, we got a niche.
Yeah.
I think if I think we're going to be having. Basically, we've been waiting for other sets to finish up so that we can get our next set on stream. This might be a good time at this point to tell you guys a little bit about one of our sponsors. We got a little video message from us. If that is ready to go, Mars, this might be a good time to run through it. Oh, or maybe in a little bit.
Maybe in a little bit. Was that?
Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
We are going to take a quick little break here. We will be back in just a few minutes. You can see in the corner here our sponsors, Level Up Gaming and Player One Services, which I've been told has ambitions to be the biggest Pokemon card store in the world, and that basically any Pokemon card you could ever imagine wanting, they have there. So that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Like I said, we'll hear
That's
more
impressive.
about them in a little bit, but yeah, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more VGC coming up very soon.
We'll be right back.
Weather Channel, and we want to be your primary source for weather information. So stay with us and stay informed. Watching the Weather Channel, and we want to be your primary source for weather information. So stay with us and stay informed.
Everybody, we're on to round two. Welcome back, everybody. We're on to round two of the VGC tournament at Baltimore PokeCon Volume 3 for the best gen. Hey, let's go, Hoenn.
Let's go.
The best region, I would say, at least. Maybe not overall best gen, but that's okay.
I'm a big Gen 3 fan myself. So.
Yeah. Let's go. Hey,
propaganda on the stream today.
It's already done well. That first round set with Pelipper popping off a little bit in game two. Well, until it wasn't, I guess. But I'm very excited about this next set we have coming up. This is going to be Julian McConney, which I'm acting like, what's that? Who's that? Yeah, also known as Leading Luminary, who is going to be joining me later on commentating the stream.
All right.
Of course, he doesn't have any role in judging or placing people up in terms of commentating and playing. But I am extremely excited about him being here, my friend, and a talented commentator. But I gotta be especially excited to introduce Nicholas Rubing.
Oh, okay.
As
okay,
seen on the official Pokemon VGC streams, has qualified for Worlds, is going to Worlds, like this year, like in a month or so. So you know what? The DMV, this area does absolutely have world-class VGC talent, and we did our best to reach out to them, and I am just so honored. It's very validating to have a player of Nicholas's caliber come out here and support this event, and hopefully have a great time.
That said, I do have bad news for you.
What's that?
I think we're about to watch your friend get cooked.
Oh. Well, let's look at the matchups. Let's see it. So I know Julian is running with the, like I say, kind of the current king of the meta, most used, and did get first place at NAIC earlier this month. Calyrex Ice Rider. Let's see, the rest of the team is we got a Grimmsnarl, of course, support.
Lovely.
Screens, Spirit Break, and Misty Terrain.
Ooh.
Interesting tech. Interested to see how. I mean, obviously, Grimmsnarl has like 20 billion moves that are good and relevant. But we also have our support Clefairy.
Misty Terrain.
With Endeavor. Interesting. Obviously, you're running Eviolite, but this is not a. Protect, Endeavor, Encore, Follow Me. So this is just a matter of like, if you get me to low health, maybe just through spread moves or something, and you're not really targeting Clefairy, you get me low enough health, and it's an unevolved Pokemon. It doesn't have high HP, even at full HP.
Right.
Here's an Endeavor. Get you down pretty low. It's not a Focus Sash Endeavor situation, but...
You take a Pokemon that already is a threat supportively, and you add a fairly big damage threat onto it as well, at least for, one click.
Yeah. The rest of the team, okay, here's the offense. We got Ursaluna Blood Moon, so another Trick Room sweeper. I mean, imagine you got, Cali Ice, kind of low health, got it on the ropes, maybe, knock it down to red health, sets the Trick Room. Bro.
Yeah, that's
or you just lead off
pressure
with Blood Moon next to Calyrex. Like,
so, yeah.
You got to focus down the Calyrex to not get the Trick Room up, because then you're getting double Trick Room swept. But then you just, what if you just throw up the Protect?
Yeah.
On the Ice Horse, and then Ursaluna Blood Moon gets off a huge Hyper Voice for free. I mean that's a very imposing combo. 2 Trick Room sweepers, and one of them sets Trick Room itself.
Yeah.
You have to respect both of them. We also have Rillaboom, your standard Woodhammer Grassy Glide knockoff and Fake Out. So no U-turn on this, actually. And trying to use Assault Vest, so it's not like it's choice locked or anything.
Right.
We got another Iron Valiant. Iron Valiant 2 sets in a row. Look at that.
This Pokemon is good.
Apparently, we'll have to pay attention to what stat gets boosted. Got the Focus Sash on that. I like that. I mean, it's, pretty frail Pokemon. Close Combat, Spirit Break, Wide Guard.
Another Trick Room.
And we have a second Trick Room setter. Ooh.
Yeah. So this team is really all in on the Trick Room. This is Trick Room is usually a pretty committal strategy to begin with. But this is not even going to try to imagine a world where Trick Room is no longer there. No. The Trick Room is going up, and we are hitting buttons whether you like it or not.
I'm a Trick Room stan. I just think it's such a fun mode to play, and the fact that like it can let a Pokemon like Torkoal sweep is just refreshing. I think it's actually like I'm biased towards it, of course, but I do think it's a very fascinating decision in terms of like something that you can do, because it's very unique, like speed in any video game is like you get to do your thing first more often, whatever.
Absolutely.
And then Pokemon has this thing of, okay, it's slow, but usually slow Pokemon have more bulk. Some of them have like extremely high attack. That's kind of how like the early gen rock types are. Is like we're just gonna give them a lot of attack and defense, and that's it.
That's it. That's all you get.
But the fact that you have a condition where you can flip that on its head, but there's lots of counterplay. There are ways to prevent that from happening.
Yeah.
I think it just adds so much dimension. It's not just like who's faster, like who has tailwind. We're both setting tailwind. It's it's nice that there's another way to go about it.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
So what are we seeing on the other side of the field here, though? What's the matchup? What are we facing?
So I believe this is going to be another Koraidon team.
Ooh, okay.
Wait, another Koraidon, another Dawn team. We've seen Miraidon. We have not seen Koraidon yet. This is
another Koraidon team. I was like, hold on a minute. Wait,
Yeah. So we're going to be setting the sun here. Fire, Terra type. We got Collision Course, U-turn, Protect, and Flare Blitz. Pretty standard stuff. I think Clear Amulet. Don't want to get intimidated.
Right.
Get out of my face, Incineroar. We also have Incineroar. Safety goggles here. Fake out, Parting Shot, Will-O-Wisp, and Knockoff. So Julian's going to have to watch out for the Will-O-Wisp on the Ice Horse. If you can't get Trick Room up beforehand.
Misty terrain.
Oh my God.
That might be the big brain play here.
That might be the big brain play. And Ghost Terra on that, by the way. So it doesn't want to get faked out itself. I believe your Rillaboom fake outs are going to be coming out before Incineroars.
Yes.
And of course, other Incineroars you don't want to get faked out. So that's an interesting option. Chi-Pao, standard stuff. Throw Punch, or Sucker Punch, Throat Chop, and Ice Spinner. No Sacred Sword. I kind of alluded to the last time we saw that set that it's like, it's just like what you run. But there's a little bit of flexibility, kind of a fifth move. Choice Specs, Flutter Mane, Shadow Ball, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, and Icy Wind. So a little bit of speed control there.
Classic Flutter Mane.
Amoonguss, again with Citrus Berry, Rage Powder, Spore Protect, Sludge
Bomb.
Bomb.
Okay, this is one of my favorite techs for Amoonguss. This is that Sludge Bomb is actually kind of like it can be a threat. It can be a real threat on Amoonguss. I feel like people don't run it enough, and Amoonguss has a habit of being on the field, doing one or two things, and then just being too passive and not being able to do anything for too many turns, forcing a switch out, which kind of just wrecks any momentum you might build. But Sludge Bomb allows you to kind of keep some momentum, chip out some mons, break some focus sashes, finish off a couple low health Pokemon. Amoonguss can continue being productive while you're looking for that position to find that big Spore, that big Rage Powder.
Yeah, and I think people might think like, but don't you want like Giga Drain, to be able to do damage and just like stay not dead? But Sludge Bomb, the first thing that popped in my head is Fairy, Terra, Flutter Mane, I guess, but Calyrex Shadow.
Yes.
Not many things are. If you can have your support Pokemon chunk that thing, I mean that probably does like 50% health.
Normal.
Terra Okay, so that's definitely for Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
That's your Calyrex Shadow answer right there. It's your one-stop shop for not dealing with Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah.
Love it.
We're immune. Forget it. No wide guard on this team, by the way. So that's a nice way to deal with that spread move specifically, with the Astral Barrage. And last on the team, Raging Bolt, Water Terra, Assault Vest, Thunderclap, Weather Ball. I'm like, why aren't more people running that?
Raging Bolt has Fire-type coverage on this team.
I didn't even know that gets that, but it's like a cloud around its face.
But it's
so it
very
makes
good,
sense.
I think.
Yeah, and then Thunderbolt and Draco Meteor. Keep in mind, this is a Sun team.
Yeah, so like you get fire coverage to deal with like opposing Amoonguss, to deal with like you still put pretty good damage on most forms of like Ogerpon.
Ice Horse,
big.
Rillaboom.
Okay, so this is built with like a custom-built Mon to just deal with every restricted, except for Terapagos, which Koraidon generally matches up pretty well into to begin with. That's an interesting way to build.
Plus, I mean, you still have to fake out to break Terra Shell, and then, Chi-Pao doesn't have Sacred Sword. But yeah, no, Terapagos might be a little bit of a struggle. But okay, Collision Course.
Yeah,
Collision Course.
Never
mind.
Terapagos already, to my knowledge, struggles a little bit with Koraidon because of the type matchup. So wow, okay. I mean, I want to see this.
This is interesting. I mean, like Chap points out, Pollen Puff is normally the way to go to be able to do a little bit of damage, and significant damage against something like Rillaboom. But yeah, no, Shadow Rider is. something that you need to have something for.
Yeah.
So that is interesting to see on this team.
Listen,
I'm going to go ahead and give the go-ahead to our competitors. I'm really excited to see how this goes.
And listen, I'm going to continue with the sludge bomb propaganda. There's not enough poison coverage in this meta. There's like nothing that's really hitting you hard with poison, or hitting you at all with poison. So just having an option that hits you for poison damage, that can kind of fall off your radar if you're not thinking about it. That really can fall off your radar. And I think that's a little undervalued, you know? Because like who else hits a poison in this metagame right now?
Poison.
Like nobody.
Is Alolan Muck in the game?
I mean, no one's using
I
him.
wish people would.
I ain't seen him.
I just like that one.
Have you seen this Muck?
Stab
If found,
knockoff?
Please call. If found, please call at Mr. Patchcast on Twitter.
You know, I mean, my brain just went there because like that's a cool poison type, in my opinion.
Right.
But you know, poison dark, it's nice. But
my expert source is telling me that Alolan Muck absolutely is in Gen 9, but is not present in VGC currently. So
yeah,
definitely didn't read that from chat.
Here's the thing: there are a lot of really good Pokemon in this format, which is kind of honestly that is the most important thing to me in terms of my interest level in a VGC format. Is just like, I didn't like Zacian, okay? I'm just going to come out and say it, okay? Zacian killed Gen 8 VGC for me, personally, okay? Didn't like it. But here we've got, like, again, the most used restricted Mon is not cracking 25% usage.
Yeah, you have some variety. You definitely have some mix-up potential.
So, yeah I want to make sure that we can still hear me because I can't hear me anymore.
I still hear you.
Okay.
For what that's worth.
I can hear me in here.
Gen 8 was a very live by the sword dog, die by the sword dog kind of metagame.
Yes.
You know.
I mean, I liked that made Quagsire relevant. Quaggy.
Listen, I'm gonna be real.
Unaware.
I'm gonna be 1,000% real. Quagsire is always relevant. People just don't always know it.
Okay.
That Pokemon is just low key reliable.
Okay, true. You know what? I apologize.
I'm telling you. If we don't start seeing Quagsire played in VGC by the end of the year, like I will riot because that Pokemon has sauce. And Clodsire, I think Clodsire could be very funny in this current metagame. I think Clodsire on a Terrapagos team could be very funny.
What does it do?
It's a big spongy wall. It gets some.
It is spongy.
I had a whole list of things of what.
Squish.
I don't have it on me, and I forget it off the top of my head, but I have written down what Clodsire has in this metagame, and it was a lot. There was a lot of really funny things you could do with this Mon that you would not expect.
Sludge Bomb.
In current VGC. Yeah.
Normal Terra Sludge Bomb. What is Calyrex Shadow gonna do?
And is also like a ground poison type, so like can be a threat to like several, like can be like.
You know what? I mean,
not like a KO
Rhydon
threat,
wouldn't
but
love
like,
it.
Yeah, it's not gonna KO you, but it's gonna be like, oh, I could actually take a nasty chunk of damage. Over 2 or 3 turns.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I could see. Yeah, I mean, you can get Water Absorb immunity. I mean, I believe it does also get Unaware, which like that's just good. What else? I mean, Yawn. I'm kind of thinking Gastrodon type stuff.
Right.
I don't know if it would be better than Gastrodon, and Gastrodon isn't really getting used. But
I gotta find where I wrote this down. Me, Don Mari, and I were actually theory crafting it, and he didn't believe me. And I'm like, listen, look at all of this stuff. Like this, there's some very silly things in here. I just can't remember all of it right now. It's killing me. What I'm saying is, Quagsire, Clodsire, both very silly, very good Pokemon. Use them. I think they're good.
I will tell you what. Shout out again to my guy Imploded Pear. Just finished a Whoop Lock, a Whooper only run of Infinite Fusion, where everything you catch, like normal in a Nuzlocke, you fuse with Whooper. And my goodness gracious, just look up, Pokemon Fusion Generator, put in there Quagsire and Swampert. You will thank me.
All right.
There's just so many good ones.
Well, looks like we are ready to go underway for round 2 here. Julian versus Nick. Let's see it. Okay, so the hard, I mean, with this Trick Room team coming out from Julian.
Outfit.
Oh, it's gorgeous. You got to see the hard Trick Room coming out, like just frame 1 here from Julian, right? Calyrex and the Koraidon off the bat, though, makes that a little sketchy, because if you do try to go for the Trick Room here, you could be getting an immediate Spore. You could be taking an immediate heavy attack from the Koraidon here. Clefairy on board can soften that damage up. Gotta wonder where you go from here. Can you get away with setting the Trick Room from this position, or do you have to try to find some better positioning first? Could always scout with Protect as well. Certainly an option.
Mars updated on their records just for the stream overlay.
But I don't believe the Clefairy has Protect as well. So if you do scout, you run the risk of losing your Clefairy without really getting a lot for it. So maybe not going to be that option here.
Yeah, thank you.
But this is looking like a pretty good opener for Nick off the rip.
Now, I mean, my first thought was like, Follow Me from Clefairy is like kind of annoying here. I think we might be seeing the Fire Terra send the Flare Blitz. Oh no, we see the normal Terra. Okay, so basically counting on, I'm not necessarily going to be able to KO Calyrex turn 1. I don't want my Amoonguss to go down to Glacial Lance that easily.
Right. Okay.
We do see the Follow Me and U-turn. Okay.
Pivoting out.
So Clefairy really just turning that matchup on its head.
It must be because there's no otherwise Koraidon being out into the Calyrex is something I feel like you would generally want. So there must be something there that's not favorable. That, or perhaps Nick is just approaching this with a lot of caution, playing around an early Protect turn potentially, an early Follow Me.
I think it
and
really
then trying
is
to threaten the Spore.
Just the threat of like, I want to send Collision Course or Flare Blitz, I guess, into Calyrex Ice, but I understand the Follow Me is going to sponge that.
Right.
So imagine I Fire Terra, send the Flare Blitz, KO Clefairy probably, and then Calyrex Ice goes for high horsepower. Super effective now.
That's a solid point. Yeah.
So it's just a less unga bunga play, and I think it's smart. Clefairy is asleep now, so it definitely has all my friends are dead syndrome, especially hard now.
I mean, Clefairy is always something you can swap in, though, as like a second Protect in a sense of like just Friend Guard being there, can change a metric, change a breakpoint.
And I kind of like being able to have something to swap into that you don't care if it goes down at this point, really.
Right.
Calyrex protecting there, and nothing happened.
Yep.
Okay, so good turn there for Julian. Just getting the Grimmsnarl in for free. Misty Terrain.
No. Couldn't be.
To shut down Spore.
I mean?
And we're going for the Trick Room as well. Honestly, this Incineroar doesn't have Flare Blitz, which honestly is kind of the norm now, which is crazy.
It's the Misty Terrain.
Yeah, I think Misty Terrain plus get Trick Room up. We don't even need screens right now. Calyrex is not threatened. Like, you don't want your Clear Amulet knocked off because you can be intimidated later. We do see the Water Terra coming in, which, isn't even necessary. Necessarily.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it is, because the only thing you're worried about, there's no Flare Blitz to threaten the damage here.
And that might be just a matter of not realizing.
Right.
With the team sheet, but we do see.
And the burn, also protected by the Misty. And this is so unusual.
Huge.
This is so unusual because in VGC, you don't usually see terrain set with a button. Terrain is generally you switch in and it happens. So even just clicking a terrain move, period, is a weird thing to have happen. But then for it to be Misty Terrain specifically and for it to block multiple major status effects, that's a pretty big play. That's very outside the box.
At this point, I think you can freely send the high horsepower into the Amoonguss slot or just go for Glacial Lance.
Yeah.
Just because Amoonguss just protected. Okay, no paralysis. We do just go for the Glacial Lance. That just barely does not get the KO.
So close. Knockoff coming in.
Okay, that's important. I think we probably see Incineroar rotate out this next turn.
Want
to be able to guarantee that it can... Right, Parting Shot as well as Intimidate later. I think we see the hard switch, though. Don't want Incineroar to get KO'd this turn. But is it just double protect? No, Incineroar would be faster.
I can say it lives another Glacial Lance, so unless it's the high horsepower commitment to absolutely KO the Incineroar, it should live this blow by just a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, actually by quite a bit. And then, the double those Spirit Break coming in, and that's
huge.
Do it.
Julian is in charge of this game 1, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you still got Trick Room up. You do not have Intimidate. You don't have a way to lower the attack on this water horse.
The third, scarier.
And at this point, Grimmsnarl can set a screen just
already
whenever he
up.
feels like. Koraidon does not have the ability to override the terrain. It's a weather setter.
Yeah.
Fairy Misty Terrain is here for what, 3 more turns maybe?
And that means you're stuck in that situation once again where Amoonguss is kind of stuck in, but doesn't really have a button to click. Like Rage Powder is not going to stop Glacial Lance. You can't score because of the Misty Terrain. Sludge Bomb is just not cutting it right now. So Amoonguss is also like a down tempo. You've burned your Terra on this now too.
It's almost a liability. Like, you have to switch it out if it's going to do anything at any point here. Get your Regenerator healing. But, you know, I mean, maybe Rage Powder, I was going to say, could be a factor. But, like, you've got Glacial Lance. You don't care about redirection. We do see the switch out. Koraidon comes in and is going to be weak to a Glacial Lance here.
Yeah, so if it's another Glacial Lance...
You don't want to give a Moxie boost, quote unquote, to you know, taking out the Amoonguss.
Right. Thunderclap for the priority is going to hit super effective, but it shouldn't be enough to KO. It's going to do some fairly threatening damage though. Glacial Lance coming back though. This is going to be big.
My goodness.
Barely hanging on both sides, but now.
Ooh, I like the protect here, but it might be obvious. It might be obvious, right?
It might be, but what's the punish?
1 more turn of Trick Room.
I'm gonna go.
You double protect here.
I'm gonna say something crazy, and it's already happening. You swap in the Friend Guard Clefairy, and you click Spirit Break with Grimmsnarl. Lunatic move, I know, but hear me out. Hear me out.
You know, I kind of like it.
If
now,
you get past this turn,
we do have Assault Vest on Raging Bolt, by the way, so no protect there. But
yeah.
Okay. So there you go.
It's
exactly what you were
Clefairy.
thinking. Now, Misty Train does not affect Pokemon that are already statused, so it's not going to wake up early or anything. Double is going to have to wake up. The Sleepy.
Gonna bring back a little bit of HP.
Yeah.
And this is your way back in. You get this. You get the Citrus Berry as well because Calyrex is now swapped back out. Oh, that's actually a very big punish. Spirit Break not really going to do a ton to this.
That is really unfortunate for Julian. I mean, I think I understand what you're going for there. You're thinking Koraidon's going to protect, but you could have KO'd Koraidon that turn.
And Grimmsnarl actually wins the collision course because of the screens.
No, wow, it would take another one. Goodness gracious. Pretty bulky.
We're resetting the Misty Terrain, so we're kind of trying to reset our field position here. Nick, though, kind of in the driver's seat, despite the restricted being in such a precarious position, is very much in control right now.
I got to say, I really don't like the protect there because I think it's rather obvious that Julian wants to reset terrain.
Right.
And its partner is asleep. I think you actually have a pretty free turn there. Julian's still in this.
But it does read the Spore, too. That's a whole turn gone for Nick. Nothing happening. And now,
I mean, maybe you're thinking. I think Nick's thought there may be, okay, why bother with the terrain when you can just KO Koraidon?
Yeah.
You know, and just trying to punish that with the protect.
And we're on turn 3 asleep now, if I'm doing my math right, which means there's a good chance this Clefairy wakes up, gets to actually click a button.
And, like, I mean, I guess it doesn't really want to take a Sludge Bomb, but you want to protect Grimmsnarl from a Sludge Bomb. Okay, that's got to be the third turn. Unlucky for Julian, but I think still quite in charge here. Collision Course comes out. We know the Grimmsnarl lives this. Roll dependent.
It could be a roll. Is going to live another Spirit Break into Amoonguss
Chipping down Amoonguss, but Amoonguss still has access to Regenerator. Which, you know, at like 10 HP, that's not helping you that much.
But I think Clefairy wakes up this turn now.
You know what? I think Julian may have been trying to punish a switch into Raging Bolt.
Yeah, potentially.
Spirit Break.
But I believe you get another chance to go for this again if you're Julian here. So Nick is just trying to wear this down and get all these essentially free turns out of the way.
Here it is.
It is going to be the switch out. What are we coming in?
Grimmsnarl is...
Raging Bolt coming in. Grimmsnarl's killing
Wait.
something.
We get Follow Me here.
Yes.
Photosynthesis boosts special attack, of course.
Clefairy's up. The Follow Me happens.
Grimmsnarl lives.
Like I was saying,
Gets a
Grimmsnarl
KO.
gets another turn, gets to take another KO, and if it's on the Koraidon, and there's no protect.
Wait. Okay.
Oh my goodness, Clefairy's
Clefairy's
gone.
actually...
That's the... I'm so sorry.
I mean, resisted hit.
Oh,
I think it's
what?
fine. Yeah. Grimmsnarl is clutching up here. It's a 3v1 now. I don't think Koraidon can do anything here, right? You're pinned by Follow Me.
Yeah.
And the sun is
There's
gone.
nowhere to go.
Your damage output
Misty
is toast.
Terrain.
I forgot that Amoonguss was still around.
We are Misty Terrain gaming right now.
We really are.
It's crazy.
I think you... I kind of feel like the only option here is protect Koraidon and...
You have to.
And try to Sludge Bomb Clefairy. I don't think Nick has a way out here, and we still have Ice Horse in the back. There's the protect. Koraidon does not look like a guy who wants to go down easy.
So Sludge Bomb is going to launch into this Clefairy if it is indeed the Sludge Bomb.
How much damage is this going for? Yeah, you have to launch a Spirit Break there. You win if that hits.
Oh, absolutely. And that's got to be Clefairy gone. No way.
Eviolite Gaming.
No
I don't think another one KOs.
Way.
Because Clefairy was at what was it, 120 something?
No protect
HP?
on deck.
It
Yeah.
might be a roll. I think Nick is pinned by Follow Me here. Clefairy getting put to sleep so early in this game, actually winning the endgame.
And we haven't seen the fourth Mon yet.
Oh my goodness, you're right.
We haven't even seen Mon number 4. There's something in the back. We don't even know what it is.
We've seen
Julian going
2
off.
switches. I didn't notice the fourth one.
Nick's taking his time.
Yeah,
He's
this is
thinking
cool.
this out. They're very well. The right click could still potentially get you out of this because you can get this Koraidon unpinned. It might just roll over the rest of the team. But you got to get it out of this situation first. It's going to be the Flare Blitz. That's okay. Come on. There's no way this thing lives.
Come on. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say there's no sun, but
we're back to reality. Okay.
now I mean Sludge Bomb is gonna be super effective into Grimmsnarl.
Oh, but it faints from the recoil.
The recoil. That's right. And now
and the Spirit Break, and all that's left is the Terra Normal Amoonguss, and you can just take your time.
Does it get the KO with Sludge Bomb here though? That could complicate things. Oh, it does. Okay.
There's no way though. You've got
There's
2
no
Mons
way.
coming in. You're one tapped by anything.
We've got Ursa Luna in the back. Okay. Yeah. This mushroom's cooked. Speaking of cooking, Ursa Luna the Gourmet. Very good mark. Very good mark.
All right.
There's no way that thing likes much more than just honey, though, right? Actually, I'm just kidding. That bear is definitely enjoying flesh. That is a carnivore.
It's about to be enjoying mushroom here in a moment because it is going to eat this Amoonguss up, assuming Calyrex doesn't beat it to it.
This is a tremendous game 1 from Julian. What were you saying about my friend earlier?
Oh my, look, sometimes as a commentator you say these things and sometimes you have to be wrong in front of people on the internet. Incredible game 1. And I'm sorry, my brain is still broken by Misty Terrain.
That's cool tech. We saw it shut down Spore and Will-O-Wisp in that game alone.
I have not even thought about that move or that terrain.
Yeah,
in such a long time.
Nobody uses Safeguard ever, in any format to my knowledge. But terrain, okay, let's override Rillaboom.
Or
grassy terrain. Let's override electric terrain. It's a disruptor as well as a protector.
Or as we say it in the IT industry, Safeguard as a service. On a distributed infrastructure across your
Listen, I know we're all nerds because it's Pokemon here, but that nerd.
I gotta get.
They're different kinds.
I gotta get some kind of use out of the cybersecurity degree. All right, every once in a while, you're gonna have to deal with me being a nerd. That's just how it goes.
Excuse me.
Oh my, Misty Terrain. I'm still.
Grimmsnarl did so much work that game.
I'm gonna wake up in a cold sweat a week from now. Misty Terrain.
Yeah.
I see in the chat, Consort has the reverse commentator's curse. It's true. And sometimes I have the forwards commentator's curse as well, and sometimes at the same time. It truly do be a thing.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Misty Terrain only good on a Tapu. Yeah, solid there. But yeah, I mean, you're only gonna want to use it on a prankster Pokemon. I remember in I guess it was Regulation D, people really started to use Tornadus Rain Dance alongside Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Right.
And I'm thinking like, oh, I wasn't even thinking about Rain Dance. You know,
Yeah,
I'm like, can
yeah.
I shoehorn Pelipper in here? Like,
Yeah, my boy Pelipper.
you know, what do we have in terms of Drizzle? Well, on Prankster, it's worth it.
Oh, yes.
You know, you put the Choice Scarf on the bear and just boom. Hey, guess what?
Yeah.
You got a lot of damage coming your way.
Weather and terrain moves with priority are scary because they can just you can think there's a game state where you can click certain buttons and all of a sudden it's raining.
It's
And
pouring.
You're, and somebody is no longer snoring because Misty Terrain is blocking that spore.
There is, and suddenly there's no snoring. Oh my god!
Oh,
Shoutouts to
my
Snore,
goodness.
an actual Pokemon move
Yeah.
that you can use on your Pokemon.
The forced switch out. All right, round 2, and we're actually looking at a very similar start here. Calyrex and the Clefairy into the Koraidon Raging Bolt once again.
The Koraidon lead is interesting here because, you know, Julian winning game 1, I think it's easy to think, okay, I don't really need to change up my lead because that worked.
That works, right. There is
But-
something to be said, though. So Nick is an experienced competitor, and I think that some kind of a crazy tech like the Misty Terrain, I can see where that might catch you off guard. It might trip you up for a game, but I feel like just going back in with the same opener is saying, okay, you got me. I wasn't thinking about this outside the box option. I lost way too much momentum to it, but now I'm thinking about it. You're not going to get away with it again.
Yeah, and it takes some guts to, you know, send the same lead twice.
Yes.
You know, just being able to call either I can go about this differently to change the story, or I'm calling that you're going to mix up your lead.
Right. It's
We do
good
see
to
the follow me.
water off the rip, too, so these the Glacial Lance is not going to threaten as much damage. U-turn once again
Yes.
from Koraidon to switch out.
And do, you know, a little chip. Probably gets you to like 130 HP or something on Clefairy, which
Yeah.
honestly any chip is relevant chip on that squishy little tank.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, it took, what, 4 separate attacks last game?
Yeah,
For-
it took a lot. Weather Ball, fire type damage here.
Yep.
And Trick Room goes up.
Oh, that didn't happen last time. And I was talking earlier about how this seemed like a very hard in on Trick Room strategy, and then we didn't see the Trick Room.
Oh my god, this
last game.
Incineroar emote on my
Now-
screen right now.
Oh,
Shout outs
goodness,
to chat.
Now, though, with Trick Room up, like, this is a very dangerous situation. Oh my, and the slow Endeavor in Trick Room is now fast Endeavor.
Oh my goodness,
Something's
I
going
didn't
to 45 HP.
even think about
and
that.
it's going to be the Raging Bolt.
What a cool
Guaranteed.
tech, Endeavor Clefairy. Calling the fake out on Calyrex.
Oh my goodness.
Smart there. And like, well, you don't necessarily have to fake out there because you're threatened by Follow Me, but that is so much damage on an
Does go into the
Incineroar.
Incineroar. I was thinking that would go into the Raging Bolt, though, because getting the Raging Bolt down kind of nullifies the Terra almost entirely, but is going to prioritize the Incineroar instead.
Here's the thing. Trick Room is up. You get to KO Incineroar, and it doesn't get to knock off Clear Amulet.
This is true.
And getting a well, I guess you probably get a boost from as one either way, because I think at 46 HP, I think it was, Glacial Lance is
Yeah.
KOing still, almost definitely.
You know, I gotta admit, I'm not familiar with the speed tier for Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl may even be able to just knock out the Incineroar here.
Similar to Incineroar, I believe. It's, you know,
If it's
not
zero
something
speed
that you
IV.
invest speed, you know, in just because you've got that prankster.
Right,
but you're right. I mean, in Trick Room, I would think it would go before Incineroar.
Now that's
But I'm
said,
not positive. They're both middling.
Koraidon is still chilling in the back for Nick. Raging Bolt is out. Terra Water ready to swing. Not particularly threatened by anything on the field currently. It is going to be the Misty terrain coming out now.
I actually think that that's relatively unnecessary because you're not having to worry about Will-O-Wisp based on that KO. And honestly, a Spirit Break on Raging Bolt here is rough for Nick. Just to debuff that special attack. How much is that doing?
Quite a bit.
It's not going to be a KO quite yet, but that's a lot of damage.
It is something that I think you're worried about. Just losing the DPS race here, especially now with Chien Pao out on the field, is going to have that focus sash, so it is going to survive at least one hit here, unless you've kind of forced the hand now, though, because now I think you have to double if you don't. So Nick is just looking to take this Calyrex off the field ASAP, is what I'm thinking. And this is looking like it's probably a double into that. How do you,
Oh, I'm sorry, the Calyrex was not weak to Thunderbolt. For some reason, I was thinking it was Terra, but I mean, if it does Terra, then yeah, Thunderbolt does take it. This is,
Oh, and you gotta think which one's blocking more damage this turn? Is it Light Screen or is it Reflect? And also, even if you pick right, is it enough damage to keep your Calyrex alive this turn?
I kind of like Reflect going up because that's going to help you with Sucker Punch.
True.
The Water Terra here is definitely
pretty
bold because Thunderclap.
I don't think there was a lot of great answers this turn. I think Nick has found a very strong position.
Actually, yeah.
It took me a while to really appreciate it, but this is hard to play around here. It is the Protect from Chien Pao.
I definitely would have I definitely think I'm right about the Spirit Break instead of Misty Terrain because Misty Terrain is not doing anything right now. I mean, I guess protecting against paralysis from Thunderbolt, but that's still a lot of damage on Raging Bolt. Weather Ball into the Grim.
The Grimmsnarl.
Took it pretty well. Now we get up the other screen. But yeah, I think if we did get a -1 special attack on Raging Bolt, that would have really changed the situation.
Right,
and that's 2 hits there that would have been reduced.
There's the
Thunderclap. That's got to KO Calyrex here.
No
way.
Sucker Punch, though, the double.
2 priority moves. I think Trick Room is down here. Woo, Nick kind of celebrating in the player cam a little bit.
Yes.
This was a very important swing of momentum.
There were a lot of landmines for Julian to play off or play around there, and it was just getting through that unscathed was just not going to happen. Now Trick Room being down actually does kind of benefit you here because you got the fast bear coming out. But is it enough? Because Koraidon still in the back, right?
Honestly,
Raging Bolt still healthy, could still double prio, still a threat.
Honestly, I think Ursaluna gets undersped by both here. Raging Bolt is actually decently fast. Now, I mean, as an electric type versus a ground type, that's not a bad situation. I believe the snow is down. Raging Bolt also. Okay, Thunderclap into Grimmsnarl. A crit
as well.
That is going to KO. Okay. I don't think Grimmsnarl at that HP would have lived that. But that's a good call there. Oh boy, this is definitely a good call. It's going to be a lot of damage on Ursaluna. You know what?
His Hyper Voice has got to be big, but both Raging Bolt and Chien Pao hanging on, and I think that's going to seal Julian's fate here in this game too.
Yeah. I mean, even just with the Focus Sash alone. And then you've got priority with Sucker Punch. I think Julian really got pinned there. Ursaluna goes down. Yeah. I want to remind myself, the Terra type on the bear, I wonder if it would have been relevant here. You probably don't want to give up your ground typing regardless, but it is normal. So yeah, I don't think that would have saved Julian there. Tough call. Man, but there was that's how you know you're seeing some high level play, because it's so hard to track. I didn't even realize that the moment that the momentum had switched, Nick had just found that situation that. Yes.
And it was the Terra Ice, I think, in a big way, or the Terra Water rather, in a big way, that really set that off, because that meant that Raging Bolt was allowed to stay in on just lance after lance, and even though Incineroar got dropped along the way, it just wasn't Raging Bolt just being able to click those moves turn after turn.
Yeah.
There was just no way to deal with that.
Yeah, and you're right. The Water Terror absolutely saved that entire game because it allowed Raging Bolt to kind of just hold out against the +1.
Right. Yeah.
The Calyrex. So, man, I hate to feel like I'm like nitpicking, but I really do want to hone in on. I think Spirit Break instead of Misty Terrain, that one turn may have been able to allow Calyrex to survive at least through the end of the Trick Room, and at the very least get the KO on the Raging Bolt, right? One more Glacial Lance was going to take it. Nick did not have a switch from that Glacial Lance, right? Because we had Koraidon in the back. Like, that really could have swung the whole situation. Chien-Pao was threatening, but at that point, it's definitely going down to 2 Glacial Lances.
For sure, yeah. Listen, Chien-Pao is not known for its board presence as far as how long it's sticking around for, all right?
And
2 hits and it's gone.
And it's single target, right?
Yes.
So then if you do have the Ursaluna and the Calyrex out, you're actually in a winning position at that point. So it's crazy how much, not only one turn, but like one decision in one turn can swing the outcome of the battle. But we are going into game 3 here. Different lead. We have Incineroar and Amoonguss coming out from Nick. So that does change the situation a little bit.
This means the Spore threat and the Will-O-Wisp threat both are up early before Misty Terrain can come into play here, which means unless there's going to be a Protect Hard Switch play here, you do have to think about those status moves. Now, you can follow me for 1 turn and potentially redirect whatever status is coming your way onto the Clefairy, but unless you can take both of these targets out off the rip, which just isn't going to happen, you are going to have to do some awkward repositioning around these status moves.
At the same time, okay,
huge.
Good call on the fake out. Yeah, it's crazy. Incineroar has so many tools that the Encore on the fake out.
What a gambit.
Yeah, Nick kind of nodding like, all right, I'll give it up. We do have the Spore on Clefairy, so at this point, Calyrex is threatened by knockoff at least. But
and 2 switches essentially.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. No, it's not. It's not. Incineroar has a hard switch out.
Yeah.
Locked into fake out.
Yeah,
so yeah, really, really good turn 1 from Julian there.
2 hard switch outs basically have to happen here, because you're not going to leave Clefairy in to do nothing while it sleeps into this Amoonguss. You now don't have any way to stop an additional Spore, so that's something you have to worry about. You can't. I don't think you Oko here. So Nick is in a position where he's threatening Spore on Cali. You may even have to just pull a hard double switch, and then you're still dealing with 2 Mons being asleep. Not what you want to see here.
We do see the Clefairy come out. We do kind of need Grimmsnarl. Yeah, no, you're right, though. I mean, if Calyrex goes down here, then Grimmsnarl is kind of here too late.
Terra Normal on the Amoonguss. I'm calling it
right now. So that it does not go down to a Glacial Lance, for sure.
Nick has already found the winning path here, I think.
Yeah. We didn't see the Incineroar switch, by the way. Content to just ride out this Encore. That's kind of wild.
I guess at this point, you're almost...
Oh, that's a 2-shot on Amoonguss.
Not if you're asleep, though.
Not if you're asleep, and not after switching out for Regenerator.
And while Misty Terrain will prevent the application of sleep, it is not going to wake Calyrex up.
And keep in mind, as soon as if Calyrex comes out at any point here, the Citrus Berry's gone. Amoonguss will be able to munch that down.
Right, which means you get that extra healing, and then of course Regenerator as well if there's a switch out. I don't know, I think Nick may have already found the checkmate this early in the game, but let's see how it goes from here. The Misty Terrain is going to come down, but with 2 Mons already asleep, it feels too little too late.
It does. It really comes down to sleep turns, I think. That is the #1 factor in how much of a shot Julian still has here.
Yeah, you have to tank up right now. Light Screen going to come out, going to reduce some of that damage coming out from Raging Bolt. Reflect probably coming the very next turn as well. You have to tank up, survive through these sleep turns. I don't think there's time to Trick Room after this. I think Nick has you on too much. Nick has way too much momentum here to even get a Trick Room off. You're going to have to find a way to play around this, and all Nick really has to do is just chip you away while these sleep turns happen. This is a rough spot, but both competitors right now look pretty stressed.
There is the Koraidon. I was thinking so. Get a Photosynthesis boost on Raging Bolt. I hope you guys are keeping an eye on Nick's player cam, by the way. Definitely moving around quite a bit. Just really feeling this. You know what I mean? This isn't just like, oh, I'm a world's level competitor. I'm just coming out to local and just phoning it in. He's having to work for this. Oh,
yeah.
That's big damage on the Weather Ball. Calyrex hanging around but not waking up there. I think Julian probably needed the wake up Trick Room there.
Yeah, and now I don't think there's a way that Calyrex survives this next turn. It's most likely going to be the double into the Calyrex just to get it off the field. I mean, even like switching. Oh, Calyrex is going to wake up though. Wake up, protect. If it is the double, Grimmsnarl gets an extra turn to hit whatever it wants here. The extra screen going online.
U-turning out. Okay, setting the sun. That's kind of what it needed to do there. It was definitely threatening Calyrex Ice, of course. Could have also gotten a KO. And just for clarity, Julian does still have all 4 Pokemon, but those gray Pokeballs are denoting status. We got little detail in the overlay there. But yeah. Well, I guess, okay, now only one of them is asleep. But yeah, I don't know. Like, the Clefairy is not able to really do much of anything aside from just take a hit. We do see Julian going for Ursaluna is going to be coming out here.
I think this is very smart. You got to just try to play around into a situation where you can get this Trick Room up. And now, again, Raging Bolt, there's no Terra now to keep this Raging Bolt safe from Spirit Break, to keep it safe from Glacial Lance. So one bad click, we could be seeing that Raging Bolt being way less of a threat. Spirit Break already coming in. A solid chunk of damage. The Assault Vest is taking a lot out, but the special attack stage drop is going to be huge.
I'm honestly shocked that didn't do more to Raging Bolt, because, I mean, Spirit Break is a physical move. Even if you don't invest in attack on Grimmsnarl, it's 130 base attack.
It's just a big boy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if you're running Assault Vest, you can afford to run some physical bulk.
That's true. Yeah, it does free up some extra options there when you're planning out your EVs, your IVs, training your Mons here. The real question here is Ursaluna going to get to really click anything here? I mean, already took over half coming in. Going to try to get an Earth Power off, it looks like.
Yeah, I think another Weather Ball could take the KO here.
Wow.
This might do it.
This Weather Ball has been so clutch, too, because, the knockoff to follow up, is the double going to KO? Yes, that follow-up knockoff was crucial. Yeah, the Weather Ball giving Raging Bolt options you don't usually see. Raging Bolt tends to get walled out by these Ground-type Pokemon because they either can't hit it with Thunder or they have to drop a Draco Meteor to deal with it, and then they have to hard switch out after. But Weather Ball is allowing Raging Bolt to just stay in and click good mid-ground moves.
I think we need Clefairy to wake up to have any chance here.
Yeah, but your screens are running out at this point, so it's hard to. I think it's hard to even. Once those screens are gone, I think you might just be gone as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got. Even if we get Trick Room up here, we've got priority available for Nick. We've got the Thunderclap. We've got Sucker Punch, and those are both conditional, right?
Right.
But like, if we see a Thunderclap here, and Trick Room goes up. Signs of life from Julian. And again, this is game 3. Like, Julian and Nick are pushing to the brink here in this set.
The Water Terror is going to come out. I don't know if the Water Terror was really a great idea here, because now you're just taking super effective damage from the Raging Bolt too, and you're almost certainly getting attacked into, right?
I mean, you're making it so that you're not weak to knockoff, but yeah, you're probably hopeless either way. Calyrex Ice goes down, and with that, there is no way that Julian is going to be able to solo the rest of Nick's team for Pokemon with just Spirit Break.
Yeah, and with that, I think Nick has taken the set 2-1 here.
What a set!
But what a set it was! My goodness.
It is so unfortunate that even with access to Misty Terrain, Clefairy really like did one thing, which was good, and then just kind of be removed from the game.
Yeah.
Going to sleep turn 1 really, really, really messed Julian up here.
Spore is
No forfeit.
a brutal move. Yeah, no forfeit. Is it? Yeah, at this point, maybe just play it out just for the giggles. I don't think there's any illusion that you're going to bring yourself back into this match, but you may as well continue to click buttons. Good sportsmanship and all that, right? Finish the game out.
And it's always a productive exercise to try to look for your out.
Right.
I mean, that's true for like a Nuzlocke too. Of just, oh, it's so doomed. My plan didn't work. Okay, well, is there something that you could do where, oh, maybe if you get paralysis on, your Thunderbolt, you could actually still win? Like look for something, even if it's a stretch.
Right.
I think with the ability to just like debuff Grimmsnarl's attack, and Clefairy doesn't. Well, Clefairy can damage, but only if Nick damages it.
Endeavor sweep would be very crazy.
Here's the follow me. You know what? I forgot about Endeavor. I do like the no forfeit here. I don't think this is possible for Julian as long as Nick doesn't fall asleep at the wheel. And I don't think he is. He is gamer leaned in.
Yeah, I think if you just keep clicking attacks at this point, it's pretty much over.
The problem with this though is like that was not a productive hit at all. That did less damage than Regenerator heals by switching out.
Oh,
and Julian decides to call it. Just doesn't have the damage output, out of resources. And man, just like the Teddy Ursa in his profile banner there. Caught sleeping. Or at least Clefairy was. Too many of his mons were sleeping for too long. What an effort, though. I mean, taking a game off of a world level competitor, I would be pumped. I would be pumped if I were him.
And with misty terrain, of all things, like what a move, what a button to be clicking. But like, I can't deny that it was effective. I mean, like in the situations that it was applicable, it 100% shut down any kind of attempt to slow the game down with Spore, slow the game down with Will-O-Wisp. And when you're a Trick Room team, ironically, you are the slow guys, but your idea is to hit Trick Room and then be the fast guys and just pedal to the metal from there, and not letting the other guys slow anything down.
And I think
serve that game plan.
I think it's so cool that like Julian did like achieve his win con. We got Trick Room up. We got what's it called? Chilling Nay. I was like, I don't want to say Moxie again. It's the same thing. But yeah. Chilling Nay boosts were happening.
Right,
it's like,
right.
And yet, without just going for double protects, Nick was able to stall out these Trick Rooms.
Yeah.
And create these board states where even though Julian, like, on paper has gotten what he is looking for, is just not able to, like, steamroll these KOs.
Right.
And yeah, we saw a lot of flexibility from Nick's team there, where there was a situation in that game 3 where Julian decided, I would rather get rid of Incineroar because I don't want knockoff. And then, getting intimidated, getting partying shotted.
Right.
But at the same time, to take Incineroar out, you're not taking out some of these other Pokemon that ended up being able to clutch up.
Right, yeah. And that Nick was able to kind of flip the script and continually put Julian in a place where Julian had to find answers for problems instead of vice versa. But man, that game 1, absolutely incredible. Nick playing stellar through that, though. The adaptation, game 2, game 3.
Yeah.
Absolutely huge.
And again, like going for the same lead in game 2.
Yeah.
Like that takes some guts to go for, and it worked. I mean, especially, I got to win 2 games in a row. That's real pressure on, and you don't want to put yourself in a situation of, oh shoot, I got the wrong lead. Ooh, I kind of lose turn 1. Like, you can lose turn 1 in VGC. Like, it's that team has so much flexibility. Even the Koraidon being able to U-turn out
Yeah. We didn't even see the Koraidon do much of anything game 3. Just never ended up being necessary.
Yeah,
You
game
turned
3.
out
Yep.
off the rip and then just never came back. Just took a lunch break.
Yeah, which we will be doing soon enough. I think we're going to try to get one more set on stream at this point. We are going to be... Well, eventually we'll be having a lunch break, and then Top Cut will be top 4 after that point, kind of go into a bracket style. But I think we will take a quick break real quick to play this video, tell you guys about one of our valued sponsors here, if we have that all queued up. We do. Okay. Here is a message from one of our valued partners who are sponsors. I combined those two words. And we'll have more VGC action coming at you right after that.
We have ad copy.
You got it?
We are very lucky to be able to be here in Kensington. We just have an excellent location that we really enjoy. And being able to be specifically near like Antique Row and a lot of the historic sections of Kensington is a great honor. And we do consider a lot of the old Pokemon cards to be on their way to the antiques too. A lot of them are a few decades old already. My name is Ben Dwyer, and I'm co-owner of Player One Services here in Kensington, Maryland. Player One Services is a card store and grading center for Pokemon cards where people can come and play, trade, grade their cards, buy and sell cards, and in general just enjoy Pokemon.
Player One Services is like the place that I dreamed about when I was a kid. And we just wanted to make that place for kids today so that they have somewhere to come and commune with each other and enjoy a passion together. Hi, my name is Chelsea Rose, and I'm the co-owner and lead owner here at Player One Services. Honestly, it started with Pokemon Go. I was super into the game. Ben was super into the game too. Played a lot in Hawaii, and it morphed into like a great community that we were a part of, being part of like the video game community. And then we branched out into cards when we found Ben's box of cards when he was a kid.
Originally, Rose and I made a joke. We thought it would be really interesting if we could one day pay for rent with Pokemon cards. Originally, we just like to collect them, but then within just a couple weeks, through a lot of strategic planning, we really were paying for rent with Pokemon cards and the rest is history. Pokemon is the largest intellectual property in the world, and it spans movies, TV shows, card game, video games, and more. Fun universe of characters and adventures that people have gone on for the last 3 decades. Learning the game is very easy, but mastering it is the hard part. It's a very high skill cap, and just like chess or anything else that you could play. It's definitely ever easy to get into, but to master it and be at the highest levels of it is very hard. And you continue to refine and master your craft as you play with different play styles and different decks. For collecting, I would say that it is a vast ocean that you can step into, and most people, I would say to just stay tailored to the things that you like the most, whether it's collecting every version of your favorite Pokemon, collecting every card from a specific set that had a lot of significance to you, or like me, try to collect them all. We are a very tight community of players, and the people that we serve are ultimately going to be the kids that are going to be playing the game years into the future. And so we want to be family oriented. We want people to have a very good time while they're here.
Whether you know anything about Pokemon, you're interested in it, or you just saw Snorlax in the window, please come in. We want to tell you more about it. I want you to get excited about it. I'm excited about it for you. If you have cards, bring them in. I want to make sure they're protected. I want to continue to expand this community. I want to continue to give people a place to come so that they can express themselves with the card games, even like the cartoons or the shows. I want to make a safe space for kids to come in and love this hobby. I don't want people to stop caring about something that they love.
One of the best ways to contact us is at Player One Services, all spelled out, at gmail.com, or directly on our website, playeroneservices.com.
and stay informed. Watching the Weather Channel, and we want to be your primary source for weather information. So stay with us and stay informed.
And we're back.
Yeah.
VGC is happening at Baltimore PokeCon, and in a pretty big way.
Oh my goodness. The round one and the round two already have been crazy.
These have been
Crazy.
unironically great sets. Like, this is, let's be real for a second, right? At a convention, like, with most games, right? At a convention, this is kind of a general interest thing, right? If you're playing, a Smash tournament at a Comic Con, like, that's not where Smash is really played. That's not like the focus.
Right.
So, it's easy to not know what you're getting yourself into. Obviously, you go to an official Pokemon tournament, a regional or whatever. Like, we're playing the meta. It's high level.
Oh yes.
All that sort. But we have had some really high level, like, legit
We've had some
VGC today.
Some like easily regional level VGC sets, just round one, round two.
Dude.
Like, actually, I'm blown away. Actually, I was not expecting the competition to be this fierce out of the gate.
I'm saying, like, it has to be said. Now, we obviously, like, this is a convention. This is a family-friendly environment. There are I look up and I see so many families, so many young kids. I see myself in them. I remember when I was young, and I love Squirtle, and I still do love Squirtle. But it's just such a wholesome environment. Everybody's just having a great time here. Whether through TCG, just buying plushies. It's just so much going on. So I do want to make sure that everybody. Hey, get my spiel in here.
Oh yeah,
Let's
yeah.
go.
We got all the blue orbs here today.
We got the round boys.
I'm covering his face. There we go. Hey, cameras are hard, folks.
Wait, what is this doing? Not in the bag.
I don't know. It's out of the bag today. It's.
Nebby, get in the bag.
It doesn't fit in my bag. My bag's not big enough.
That wasn't a problem for Lily. Get in there.
You're right. Skill issue.
But the point I'm getting to is that we also have this tournament is all ages. I understand that we split things out, juniors, seniors, masters, in the official format, but at this level, we just want everybody to be able to play and get as much experience together as they can. So we are going to be getting next on stream Emily, who we had in that really, really pretty fire first set on stream, joined by Rain, who, I'm just judging is one of our younger competitors, one of our younger Pokemon fans in the building, and I don't want to underestimate.
I hear has a very special Pokemon on the team that I'm going to be very excited about, that I may have spoken of earlier today.
Listen, we had to do it. We got Claudie.
Let's go.
We got the Claude on this team.
Claude Sire, baby.
Wait, my chat. Hey, if any of you guys are in here, please say so. This is straight out of my chat. We got Claude Sire with Quick Claw.
Oh no! That was one of the things that I was theory crafting.
I love it. We've got spikes,
He's
toxic
got
spikes,
hazards.
low kick, earthquake, water absorb.
No, it's all coming
Terra
back
ground.
to me. That was what I was theory crafting. I was like, how do I force hazards to work in VGC? And I was like, Clodsire. Clodsire's my guy. That was the theory craft. Oh my god.
Quick Claw, get him up.
Yeah. Well, and also just so that you have to respect it, because a quick earthquake coming out of nowhere could be a real problem for you. Water absorb can switch into a lot of nonsense. Oh,
it's amazing. I love it. So yeah, honestly, we wanted to make sure to keep it wholesome in addition to competitive. Want to be able to pay equal respect to all of our competitors here. So this is definitely going to be a different team, but you know what? It's important to also have the whole thing of I use the Pokemon that are strongest. No, I use the Pokemon that I like the most. And there's this moral battle. This team, we got Fluttermane, that is definitely meta. But in addition to that, we have Meowscarada, Houndstone, Cyclizar, and Veluza. No restricted mon on this team. This is a matter of using the Pokemon that you like. I mean, this could be a playthrough team for all I know.
Yeah.
And then you find Fluttermane in the end game and go, I need one of those right now. But I'm excited to see what's happening here, because this team is 3-2.
Right.
Which, by the way, the game counts that we're talking, or the records that we're talking about, the ones that are on stream, are game counts. That's the way that we're kind of keeping track of everything for Swiss. So I mean, Nick is 4-2. That we saw last time. That doesn't mean losing 2 sets.
It's 2 games.
But I mean, again, a player of that caliber losing 2 games, we're not here to play.
Right.
Baltimore PokeCon got hands.
Got hands.
But then on the other side, I mean, we have seen this team as well, but Emily's team is going to be running the Pelipper next to Urshifu Rapid Strike, Raging Bolt. We got a strong weather core here. Calyrex Ice, Incineroar, and Amoonguss. So this is a real test. I mean, can't put it any other way
for Rain's team. But just to break this down a little bit, we've got the Terra Fairy, Fluttermane, Moonblast, Booster Energy, by the way, so we'll have to.
Okay.
I assume special attack, but you can see speed from that. Psyshock, Thunder, and Shadow Ball. The Thunder is interesting against this team specifically because we do have Pelipper.
Rain Dance, 100% accurate in Rain.
We have Masquerada.
Drizzle.
Overgrow Miracle Seed. So, I mean, this Flower Trick could be hitting very hard. I know Overgrow is like, it's not an automatic thing to go hit an ability with that starter. You usually see Focus Sash, just, guarantee basically that you get your Overgrow boost. And Grass Terra, by the way, so just kind of full sending that grass damage.
Okay.
U-turn, Play Rough, Night Slash. Went over the Clodsire Veluza, Terra Normal with... Uh-oh. I don't know. I don't think Health Feather does anything.
What is Health?
In
I'm
battle.
not familiar with that one.
We've got Air Cutter. Oh, that's interesting. Recover, Psycho Cut, and Fillet Away. So that is definitely an interesting set. I'm not gonna lie. But I guess the Fillet Away is something that you have to. You don't want to just ignore.
Right.
Houndstone, Sandrush, Terra Fairy, Shellbell, Last Respects, Crunch, Play Rough, and Dig. And Cyclozar with the. Oh, see, I'm so competitive brained. Shedskin, no Regenerator, which is like. That's really where you get your money.
Right.
From Cyclozar, but we still have the Shed-Tail, Dragon-Tail, U-Turn, and Shift Gear, which is so funny to me.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
So, I'm wondering if we're seeing kind of the Houndstone sticking around come out later with the Last Respects.
I just want to see
Hazards. Probably seeing Clodsire.
I'm here for Hazards.
Clodsire coming out first. We got to see it.
Oh, I'm so ready.
You know what?
I'm so ready.
I'll let her cook.
All right. Getting ready to get into round 3 here, folks. We're going to give the signal for the competitors to get started, and we'll have the game underway. I just want to see my boy Clodsire. This will be the test, man. This could be a life-changing moment. This could be that first introduction to competitive Pokemon for somebody to realize, get that first experience in team building, and then figure out what worked, what didn't work, and then start looking at other teams and start really getting into that competitive metagame, But I am interested to see how far they're able to go with this team. Certainly unconventional. Certainly going to be, going to be fun.
For sure. It's as long as we see Clodsire.
Yeah, well, it'll still be fun if we don't see Clodsire, but I will have significantly more fun if Clodsire is present.
Yes,
that is a fact.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's unconventional is not an insult, by the way.
No.
Like, anybody remember that Articuno team? Oh, how about the Eviolite? Stench Gloom? On the same team as Dugong that people were like unironically losing to on ladder. Like, unconventional can be good, even in open team sheet format. Obviously, it's easier to do well with unconventional in best of one.
But that Articuno team did good in original. It got a whole
Wolf Glick video,
like,
right? Like, this is a bad legendary that now found a niche.
It is luck positive.
So. Yeah.
As they say.
Oh my gosh,
which
a
means
blizzard.
that sometimes luck happens,
freeze.
but it never happens to you. It happens to them.
Yeah. You know what? Real quick. I guess I have like 30 seconds or something. I just wanted to make sure that y'all know about Level Up Games and Player One Services. Got their logos in the corner. They're very grateful for their support, their sponsorship of Baltimore PokeCon. You need that level of support to put on something this big a deal. Level Up Games is based in Glen Burnie, Maryland, specializing in trading card games, including, of course, Pokemon, but including Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Lorcana, all kinds of stuff. Level up your game
at their Glen Burnie location. Player One Services also is your #1 Pokemon TCG destination in Maryland. Level Up Games might have something to say about that, but they got whatever you need for Pokemon TCG stuff. So just want to give a quick shout out there. We do see the Cyclizar at the beginning, so you got to be aware of that shed tail shifting possibility, and we've got a Whoopie Boy. That is what I'm talking about.
Whoopie Boy, let's go! Oh my goodness.
And it's not. It and it's female. This is hilarious. I love it.
Don't fake out my boy. Let him play the game. Let him play.
Were you turning out at here?
Cyclizar, are you turning out? All right. We still have Calyrex ready to click a move here, though, and as tanky as Whoopie Boy can be.
Ooh, unfortunately, neither of these Pokemon want to come in on a Glacial Lance, which I think if you're Emily, you kind of have no reason not to send. We'll see.
This
Booster
could be a rough
Energy
spot.
Is gonna activate, I assume, special attack, and there it is. Glacial Lance. Oh, is that one-shot Flutter Mane here? That's going to be super effective on Whoopie Boy. No. And it. Oh, no.
Flutter Mane, O-Code from the get-go. Whoopie Boy. Oh, no. My man.
Not my man.
Emily's. Chat says Emily is scared of what Whoopie Boy could do. Got to take that threat offline ASAP. We cannot have hazards hit in the field. No.
We cannot have this.
No. Cyclizar coming back out.
Okay. Now, we're going to have speed advantage over Calyrex Ice, but, I mean, that super effective U-turn did, maybe a 10th?
Yeah,
health?
I don't know if there's a correct click that gets you out of here. You could maybe try to take out the Incineroar instead, but I think another Glacial Lance like that might just wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think you basically have to get a Night/Crit and then some. I don't think Calyrex Ice goes down here. Let's see what we got in terms of damage. Cyclizar does move first, but attacks the Incineroar. And now, of course, that's not a huge deal when you have Flower Trick always critting through the attack drop. But, yeah, Emily can afford to not rush things at this point.
Yeah, and even with, that still locks you into a Grass-type attacking move to get your damage out, which means Night Slash still inhibited, and that's kind of your #1 way to deal with this Calyrex. But let's see how much this Glacial Lance does. Is it going to be a factor at all?
It's going to be super effective against both, I can say that. And with a +2 attack from that incredible ability, that's going to be a quick stabbing session with that Lance.
The violence.
I mean,
the violence, Mr.
I know.
Patch. There's children
on
here. Tone it
Boy.
down.
Come on.
My Whoopie Boy. Oh,
well, what do you
man.
do with a Lance?
Yeah, no, I think...
I guess you hit the opponent's shield and they fall off their horse.
True. This is a...
Jousting session.
This is a solid representation, though, like a reminder of the power that these restricteds have. This is why they are currently limited to 1 per team, and why generally, even in our highest power formats, we limit them to 2 per team, because they are incredibly strong and very difficult to check.
Yeah, and thank goodness, can I just say that I'm shocked that we haven't had just 1 restricted format before. Because it makes so much sense to me. It's like we can work our way up to 2, but I do think it's very interesting just to see how people base their teams around. You only get 1 of these. You got to make it count. And then, like we saw earlier today, even just for 1 game, I'm actually not going to bring my restricted. Yeah, it's busted, but if it doesn't make sense in the matchup, I got to play the matchup.
Yeah. Well, and in a lot of ways, it mirrors the way that gym leaders in Elite Four work in the base game of, like, you have your ace Pokemon. This is the big threat. This is your ace in the hole is going to come out and sweep a team if you're not prepared for it. So very cool idea. Here we go. Okay, Whoopie Boy back, and we got Veluza on the field as well. No Calyrex off the rip this time. Let's see how it goes. I'm so not used to seeing Veluza, period. I'm not even sure. What do you click?
I know. It's now. I mean, it is
we're going
running
for the boost.
A special attack set. Now, the problem is that Earthquake is going to hit Veluza.
I want to see Spikes so bad.
You are kind of limited. I kind of want to see the low kick in Incineroar after what it did to Whoopie Boy last game.
Right. Are we going to see a return? Okay, it's going to be the Will-O-Wisp out. Even with the boost from Filet Away, that might just shut down the
Here's
Veluza
the
threat
thing, though.
off the bat.
It's a special attacker. It's got 2 special attacking moves. That's kind of a cool.
This
Oh,
is
that's a very cool animation.
true.
I forgot that it actually like shows its body
Right.
filleted. Interesting.
Spore
Pokemon.
is coming. No, not my
Why?
Whoopie boy. Please.
It just wants to play.
I just want to see him click spikes.
It just wants to shake his body and loose spikes all over the place, man.
Oh, goodness. All right, Quagsire is asleep. But, you know, if there's a Mon that's tanky enough to just sit on the field and just wake up and eventually do something anyway, Whoopie Boy is a pretty big lad. Rage Powder going out.
If we, I didn't see if we clicked the Psycho Cutter. We've got,
Aqua Cutter
Cutter.
instead. Gonna redirect. Keep that Incineroar safe.
Okay, so that is a physical move. So that's definitely going to be. I mean, we got +2 attack, but the burn is cutting that a little bit.
Yep. And now with the parting shot, only +1 special attack as well. So you're kind of, and now you're -2 on attacks, or back to standard rather than the attack side. So probably limited to going for the specials after this point, unless you can get another fillet off, which I don't know. Pelipper is coming out though, which means Rain has hit the field. Not going to stop this burn from dealing a little more damage to Veluza though.
Yeah, I think Psycho Cut into Amoonguss was the play before, but I think it might just protect this turn.
Yep.
Oh, Earthquake is gonna KO Veluza, but maybe Rain is just counting on like, well, they're probably gonna knock it out anyway. Rage Powder from Amoonguss, so the Psycho Cut is gonna be able to go off. How much damage? I mean, that's gonna
Let's
be
see it.
substantial,
It's
but
gotta
not
be
gonna
a pretty
KO.
good amount. Hurricane.
Oh, that
Not the
What are you-
confuse.
Come
No
on!
way.
It's just whooping around.
One of my favorite Mons finally gets his day in the limelight, and is just victim of every possible bad RNG roll. Oh my goodness.
That's rough. Oh! Look at
The
Amoon-
tech. The tech.
Whoa.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Amoonguss took not very much damage.
No, not
there.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Rage Powder.
Uh-oh.
Once again, Amoonguss just going to continue to stack up.
Oh, okay.
Just invite that damage upon itself.
I do think Pelipper is going to be able to out damage, kind of just outdo
Oh,
the team. Whoopie Boy is
He's up.
Please do not hurt yourself in confusion. Please. We got the Earthquake.
we got the Earthquake.
I don't
Pelipper.
think Veluza lives that, but you know what? I'm just happy for Whoopie Boy.
Veluza does live. Lives the burn
Oh,
as well
quite
because of the
comfortably.
recover. The
Yeah.
recover, giving that little bit of HP, extra HP to live through
Doesn't
it.
Fillet Away cut your defense?
That's a really good
That would
question.
make sense. And we saw it come out, and
I admit I am not well versed in Filet Away.
there's lots of
That's
words in this game. I didn't read all of them. Come on.
A chef I am not. One
I mean, it
more
makes
Rage
sense,
Powder.
right? You're like cutting your
Yeah, it
body
does give you
down.
3
I
boosts
don't
too, which is like a pretty big deal. Citrus
yeah, I
Berry.
think it's just Shell Smash, basically. So, but I mean, hey, it's hanging around.
Here comes that rain boosted weather ball. Even on my resisted target, this is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Veluza hanging
Whoopie.
around.
Whoopie, please. Whoopie, we need you.
Toxic spikes coming out.
Okay. Here we go.
Now,
We
this
keep the
is-
recovery coming. We force some switches, maybe. We start getting toxic up, and we stall. We stall like our lives depend on it.
Until Amoonguss
Oh.
switches in
No.
and clears the toxic spikes. And there's so much dimension to Pokemon. There's so many like super obscure mechanics that like
Yeah.
the game doesn't teach you when you're just playing through the game.
It's true.
Where in the game does it tell you that poison types clear toxic spikes? That's
Nowhere.
that's the game's problem.
You switch a poison type, and
Like-
at some point it just happens, and you're like, oh, I guess that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, Fillet Away cuts your HP, not your defense. That's what we missed.
Oh,
I guess that's why the recover is
Makes
there.
sense.
The recover is there so you can stabilize after Fillet Away.
Makes sense. Thank you, chat, for paying attention.
Okay.
Oh, Quick Claw!
Let's go. He's so fast.
Oh,
He's not
no
confused
confusion?
anymore. He's throwing up spikes. This is what I came to see, baby.
Shake that squishy,
Okay.
squishy little mudfish body.
But we can force a switch or two.
Oh, that's big
we
damage.
might just be gaming.
We might just be gaming. Is Amoonguss down? Not yet.
Not yet. Hurricane's going to do a lot of damage to a Fluttermane. Can
Not
it hang in
that
there?
much because of
No
the 135
way.
base special defense, but the confusion again. Pelipper busted.
No way.
Pelipper busted. What 2 restricteds on Emily's team.
How-
I'm calling foul.
I told you, Pelipper's crazy. this Pokemon shouldn't be allowed. Like,
See, though, not a 2-shot. The
yeah,
damage roll was not there.
and now the problem is Fluttermane's confused.
You have
so now
Oh, it's tough.
you have to. You got to just roll the dice.
I
think Rain knows it.
And there is no heavy rain anymore on the field. So the window for being
Thunder.
able to one-shot Pelipper with Thunder has
Yeah.
closed.
I mean, it's still I think it still kills Pelipper if it hits. You are taking
oh,
a
yeah.
chance
It's
on
just the accuracy.
the confusion.
Side shot
Still
coming
gets
out.
through. Sideshock is going to finally take this Amoonguss down.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, though, because you know Rage Powder is on the table, so not
this
really
out.
willing to send
Okay, Hurricane.
Thunder.
I think Whoopi's finally. I think he's not long for this world.
Yeah.
Goodbye, my friend. You were the best.
You did good. You did stuff. And you know what? The Toxic Spikes are now relevant again.
Yeah.
Amoonguss is not around
Watch
to
this.
clear
Watch
it
this
out.
switch in. Ready?
Hold up. We do not have heavy duty boots.
Ready? Boom.
Poison.
Toxic.
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom.
Chip from the
Damage.
spikes.
Damage.
Look at that. Look at that. Incredible. I love spikes.
Now, I believe this
We are
is
going to Thunder.
Scarf.
We are betting it all. We're betting the farm on the Thunder.
And going for a play rough into the Urshifu. I think.
The wide guard.
Okay, so
Not gonna
Pelipper
catch
not doing
anything.
anything, not accomplishing anything this turn.
Oh, Surging Strikes is going to move
That's gonna
first,
KO.
though. Yeah, there's no way. Fluttermane just cannot survive through that.
Yeah, didn't even need the 3rd hit. Urshifu's going to have to take this play rough, though, unless the 10% chance to miss. 50% chance to
these
miss,
things
am
do
I
happen.
right? You either hit or you
Play
don't.
rough.
That shouldn't be a one-shot, but hold on. You don't need a one-shot when you got all this chip.
Oh, not
okay,
enough.
not
Not enough.
just not enough.
But the win condition. The 3 Mons gone, last respect, now hitting for...
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have your spread. You don't have spread moves available.
Is it? It's not 180 BP at this point, right? What is it per Mon fainted? Is it 60 per Mon fainted or 40? It's at least 120 right now.
Oh, it's plus 50.
Plus 50. So yeah,
Rage
so
Powder.
we're
I
saying
think it's
for
the same as Rage Powder. Or,
150.
sorry, Rage Fist.
Rage
Going
Fist,
up
yeah.
50.
So
per-
it's 150 BP move.
That does it.
No!
Oh, man. Urshifu just cutting
Oh.
through. The Fairy Tale was the correct thing to do there because the only way that you could resist something here is, if the Urshifu locks in a close combat. Pelipper's doing neutral damage. Granted, no rain
Goodness.
anymore.
A valiant
You know
effort.
what? Yeah, valiant effort from Rain. Love seeing the resiliency and especially on the Whoopie Boy. It got
Whoopie Boy.
3 moves out.
Despite
Let's go.
being
My goat.
confused,
My goat.
despite the spore, despite everything, Whoopie Boy
The
hung
threat
in
of
there
fake out.
and got to click 3 moves. That's huge. I'm telling you.
That's
It's a
what
good
I'm talking
Pokemon.
about.
It's a good Pokemon.
And again, I want to point out, you could see this from the player cams. We're having fun here. We're having fun here. There was some wholesome cheers and applause, vocal cheers and clapping
yes.
applause. I was like, did I just say the same thing twice? But yeah, so it's just a great vibe here. We are going to be going to a break here, a late lunch break, I guess. And next up is Top Cut.
Yeah.
After
we're going
this,
right to the top cut.
Going to be going into kind of a little bracket format just for the top 4. Before we go to our break, I want to tell you guys again a little bit about our valued sponsors for Baltimore PokeCon, Level Up Games and Player One Services. Hang on, I have it. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I get everything right here. So, in their own words, Level Up Games, based in Glen Burnie, Again, in their own words, they do sealed card sales like everyone else, but singles and slabs are their specialty. They do stock singles all the way from standard trainers people need for their decks up to high-end gold stars, first edition shadowless, alternate arts, etc. I don't do TCG, so it's a good thing I have something to read. But I mean, it sounds cool, man. Like alternate arts and everything. They have $20 slabs are great for someone just starting to collect or who just wants to add another printing of their favorite Pokemon to their collection. Mid-tier, vintage, modern, all the way up to ponchos. Dude, I feel like my parents, like when I talk about Pokemon, like ponchos, huh? What are you talking about? And gold stars. Oh, I guess it's like the sleep. Never mind. I'm just gonna keep going. First editions and high grades. All their inventory is available on their website for pickup, either in store or shipping anywhere in the U.S. Pay the best rates and stay by a wide margin, both cash or trade with a trade bump. No collection is too large or too small, whether you're just looking for trade in some extras for an ETB or you want to cash out a first edition Charizard.
I would like to do that, but I would need a first edition Charizard
Yeah.
first. So chat, if you have one, hit me up.
Chat, press 1 if you're cashing out that first edition Charizard. You never know. They have a play area, plenty of space, up to 80 people. Goodness, so you know they get run some events.
Wow,
Using
yeah.
play area is always free. So yeah, I mean, it sounds like an amazing time at Level Up. Also want to give a shout out to Player One Services. We got some competition here. They are actually the #1 Pokemon TCG destination in Maryland. You know what? You guys just have to go to both and decide for yourselves.
Yeah,
all right?
that's all there is to it.
Exactly.
You got to go to both.
Player One Services prides themselves on having almost all cards stocked at all times while always buying yours. So we got the trade-ins and everything. They also provide their own card grading service on site. So you don't have to go somewhere else. That's always nice. And host weekly league events for standard, gym leader challenge, and more Pokemon formats. And I know we got those formats here at PokeCon happening on stream. If you're in the area or willing to drive any amount of distance to check this stuff out, we do have a second day of this convention. Sunday,
Yes.
tomorrow. We got more of everything, including a Pokemon Stadium 1 rental Pokemon tournament. I'm super excited to see that.
Are we streaming that?
Oh, yeah.
Do we have commentators for that already?
I don't know.
Because I do have a silly amount of knowledge about the Pokemon Stadium rental metagame specifically, and I will certainly come back to cast Pokemon Stadium 1 with rentals if that's on the table.
Okay, Mars just fist pumped, so you might be in, but we'll talk.
Absolutely,
I'll have
absolutely.
I was talking to my guy there, but yeah, thanks again. I want to give a shout out to everybody who's tuning in. I know y'all don't regret it because we've had some really amazing sets, and we're gonna have even better ones, probably, maybe, in Top Cut.
Oh, absolutely, in Top Cut, absolutely. And before we go to break, just drop a little brainworm for you. All right? Think about it.
Wait, I don't want those.
Think about just humor me, okay? A Tropico set with the lefties, with the Calm Mind, okay?
You're gonna say Clodsire, aren't you?
Really vanilla, with the grass terrain, right? With the fake out pressure. So
Okay.
you got the double lefties on deck.
Okay, yeah. You're talking
Clodsire
turtle
spikes.
to me, so
Clodsire spikes. Chuck that bad boy in there. All right, you set the spikes pressure. You force people to have to switch around because of all of that, and then you drop another. The back 3 mons are an exercise for the reader. But
Clodsire is against the turtle team.
no,
on
Clodsire
it.
on the turtle team.
Okay, so you lead Clodsire and
This is a stall team.
okay.
This is a stall team.
Taking our time.
You're not fully stalling, but you're using spikes to put things in range of spread damaged Terra Storm by forcing switches to answer your Calm Mind pressure.
If you guys see this team on Showdown,
It's my fault.
you know
I'm so sorry.
who to blame.
If you see this team on Showdown, I'm not apologizing.
What?
but-
Where can people follow you in case they want to flame you? I mean, in case follow you later.
Yeah. If you want more information on the most demented and non-viable Pokemon VGC teams imaginable, you can find me on Twitter at Consort Gaming.
And you can find me on Twitter not doing that, except in Nuzlocke. I'm not above using goofy mons at patch SSB. We're probably well past time for a break. So I think we might have a sponsor message to show you guys on our way to a break. And seriously, don't go anywhere. This Top Guy's going to be lit.
We are very lucky to be able to be here in Kensington. We just have an excellent location that we really enjoy, and being able to be specifically near like Antique Row and a lot of the historic sections of Kensington is a great honor, and we do consider a lot of the oldest Pokemon cards to be on their way to being antiques too. A lot of them are a few decades old already. Hi, my name is Ben DeGuire, and I'm co-owner of Player One Services here in Kensington, Maryland. Player One Services is a card store and grading center for Pokemon cards where people can come and play, trade, grade their cards, buy and sell cards, and in general just enjoy Pokemon.
Player One Services is like the place that I dreamed about when I was a kid. And we just wanted to make that place for kids today so that they have somewhere to come and commune with each other and enjoy a passion together. Hi, my name is Chelsea Rose, and I'm the co-owner and league owner here at Player One Services. Honestly, it started with Pokemon Go. I was super into the game, Ben was super into the game too. We played a lot in Hawaii, and it morphed into like a great community that we were a part of, being part of like the video game community, and then we branched out into cards when we found Ben's box of cards from when he was a kid.
Originally, Rose and I made a joke. We thought it would be really interesting if we could one day pay for rent with Pokemon cards. Originally, we just like to collect them, but then within just a couple weeks, through a lot of good strategic planning, we really were paying for rent with Pokemon cards, and the rest was history. Pokemon is the largest intellectual property in the world, and it spans movies, TV shows, the card game, video games, and more. Fun universe of characters and adventures that people have gone on for the last 3 decades. Learning the game is very easy, but mastering it is the hard part. It's a very high skill cap, and just like chess or anything else that you could play, it's definitely easy to get into, but to master it and to be at the highest levels of it is very hard. And you continue to refine and master your craft as you play with different play styles and different decks. For collecting, I would say that it is a vast ocean that you can step into, and most people, I would say, to just stay tailored to the things that you like the most, whether it's collecting every version of your favorite Pokemon, collecting every card from a specific set that had a lot of significance to you, or like me, try to collect them all. We are a very tight-knit community of players, and the people that we serve are ultimately going to be the kids that are going to be playing the game years into the future. And so we want to be very family-oriented, and we want people to have a very good time while they're here.
Whether you know anything about Pokemon, you're interested in it, or you just saw Snorlax in the window, please come in. We want to tell you more about it. I want you to get excited about it because I'm excited about it for you. If you have cards, bring them in. I want to make sure they're protected. I want to continue to expand this community. I want to continue to give people a place to come so that they can express themselves with the card games and even like the cartoons or the shows. I want to make a safe space for kids to come in and love this hobby. I don't want people to stop caring about something they love.
One of the best ways to contact us is at Player One Services, all spelled out, at gmail.com, or directly on our website, playeroneservices.com.
PokeCon, top cut of the VGC tournament coming at you live. I'm Mr. Patch, and we actually have Leading Luminary
Hello.
now.
I just barely wasn't able to make top cut. I had an unlucky crit at the start of the little sudden death, and then I got read like a book.
It happens.
I did not pay that as much attention to the team sheet as I should, and I just saw Ogre Pawn, and I thought it's going to be the initial Ogre Pawn, Grassy Glide, Ivy Cudgel, Spiky Shield, other move.
Mm-hmm.
And I learned Ogre Pawn gets Throat Chop, which just completely turned off.
So did I.
Yeah.
Just now.
Completely turned off my Ursaluna at the end, which was my only chance to really like keep it together.
That's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough. I guess you needed a hyper voice at that point.
Yeah.
Get that spread move, that spread damage.
That's absolutely what I needed in that moment. I needed the spread, I needed the hyper voice, but then I was just like, oh, okay, this gets Third Chop.
Yeah,
that turn was negated.
That is interesting. And I mean, Open Team Sheet doesn't solve all your problems, right? I think
No.
there was a little bit of pushback in the community, which I think was like very misguided. When we went to Open Team Sheet as the official Pokemon, competitive format rule set, that it's like, oh, now I can't like go for fun things,
Right.
Because my opponent is going to be able to look at the team sheet and know exactly what I want to do. Well, you can still like do off meta things.
Absolutely.
But it cuts down on the like, I lost only because there was no way I could have
Yeah.
seen that coming.
Especially with like Terra giving so much variety.
Yes,
to a team.
that's what forced
Yeah.
Pokemon Company's hand. I think is like that would actually be disastrous if it's just like I'm just running a random Terra type, like. So, I think that does still allow for tons of expression. In the Open Team Sheet format. But even in Open Team Sheet, it's a real skill set. It's a real muscle to work just to, like, be trained to checking it. To
Absolutely.
just, because you're looking at an Ogre Pawn and you're just not, like, even though you could look at the
Yeah.
team sheet and go, oh, it has Throat Chop. In the moment, you're, like, processing all the stuff that you know. And
Yeah, you're like deep
and you
thinking
think you
about
know what all it
and
has.
It's just one of those things that just flies right out of your radar, where it's like, right, this was listed, completely forgot.
Yeah, and because even in an Open Team Sheet, there's just so much information on there. So totally, dude, I gotta give it up. You, I had to like
My round two.
do the round two. Gotta win on a Worlds qualifier. Like, I mean, I don't want to single anybody out, but like that's just a great win. That was an incredible set to watch.
I
just
wanted to
really
top
great
cut
VGC.
just so I could have the run back.
Yeah, honestly, oh my
Like,
gosh.
Would I missed out on commentating? Possibly. Would I have gotten my run back? Yes. I would have killed for that run back. But
Oh, I guess you would have.
yeah.
So you would have been
It
a
would have been very
4 seed
possible,
playing
yeah.
1, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh,
Have
man.
to run back.
Okay, maybe off stream.
Yeah,
You guys run it back.
I'll hunt him down. Be like, hey, yo, I want this run back.
But yeah, no, I mean, a great showing
Thank you.
today,
But
unironically.
even then, what you were saying earlier about team sheets, I do think it puts even more of a bigger mind game, because you know what your opponent can do, and your opponent knows what you can do.
Yes.
So even then, you're stuck second guessing. Okay, what if I go for a Glacial Lance with a wide guard? If I just have wide guard on a bond, but not click it, just the threat of it alone can really just keep more teams passive.
Right. And that's why it's such a good move, because you can't even play around like with Protect,
Right.
where you suspect they might go for Protect. You attack the other slot. Okay, now this next turn,
There's a
they
lower
can't
chance of
really
attack.
do Protect again. I mean, they can, but it's like crazy. But with Wide Guard, you can just click that every turn
So long
if
as
you
you're
want.
correct, yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah, it's definitely a strong deterrent.
it really
I guess
is.
I'd say.
Just the existence of it, and I know my sudden death round had a Iron Valiant with Quick Guard on it, Quick Guard and Wide Guard.
Yeah, that is so interesting. We got 2 Iron Valiant teams today.
My fault.
Oops.
Because my sudden death was a really good friend of mine, and she was team building with me, and she asked, what is a good Pokemon that she was? Well, first she was complaining. So complaining that Iron Hands didn't get Wide Guard, because it makes sense.
And Hariyama does.
Because Hariyama gets Wide Guard, and I joked there's another Iron something Mon that's also a fighting type that gets Wide Guard, and
Wait.
she was like, oh. And since she was building a Miraidon team, it just made complete sense for her to add it, because it would do the Quark Drive for more speed. It would give her both Wide Guard and Quick Guard, and worked really well for her. And it clearly worked in her favor. So
The Quick Guard?
quick.
I don't think I saw that even come out.
Because it scared me away from using Fake Out and Grassy.
Yeah.
Because then in that moment, well, what could I do?
Sure.
So it sort of forced my hand, where it's like, if I guess she's going to go for a Quick Guard, then I am going to be in trouble if I go for Fake Out or Grassy Glide. But if I go for Glacial Lance and she goes for Wide Guard, I'm going to be in trouble. So it was one of those things where it's like, again, just the threat of it just stopped me, and I was like, I need to think super hard about this.
Yeah. Everything you think of seems wrong.
Yeah.
Where, okay, I think I know what I need to do. All right, let me lock this in. Wait, what if they do this?
Exactly.
You know, and then
It's one of
you
those-
second guess.
Like I said, just the threat of it alone really could just set you back and just keep you from going for what could be optimal in that moment if they go for a different move.
Yeah. Mind games, people.
Yeah.
It's all up here.
Now let's
I
see,
am very
who is our-
interested.
Who is our
This,
next round?
yeah. So our first match of top cut or top 4 is going to be Brooke. Yes.
Yes, Brooke.
Versus. Wait, that's Hatsune Miku actually.
Yeah, that's
Hatsune
actually
Miku on
Hatsune
stream.
Miku playing.
Versus someone we haven't seen on stream yet, but has been making a name for himself here today. Alan is up, who was at PokeCon Volume 2.
Okay.
I
Have a little bit of history with them as well.
Okay, so before I look at his team sheet, last year it was Chili Reception, Slow King with Snowcloak, Glaceon, and maybe a little Ninetales.
A little Ninetales.
I don't know. It was Blizzard spam, Snowcloak. So just like I would have won game 1 if X
hit.
Pokemon didn't get frozen. True story. I'm missing a lot.
No,
But it was funny. I kind of like just went aggro toward the end and was like, "No, you're going down now," and
yeah,
got
especially
lucky.
with,
Got
like,
lucky with
evasion strats, you really do
evasion.
need to, like, try and guarantee it as soon as possible, because it can snowball very quickly. But-
Snowball.
But I did play against this player for my round 3, and it was a very scary matchup, because I looked at the team sheet, saw Slow King, as you were saying, and-
More Chili Reception.
and immediately thought, oh, this counters like a majority of my team. Like, there's a lot of threat here that I need to figure out.
Well, it does power up your Calyrex,
It
but guess
does.
what? Alan also has Calyrex Ice, so you've got the threat of the extra incredible bulk,
Absolutely.
and just not being able to remove. Granted, you give that away if you Terra, and I don't think anybody's really running Terra Ice. Alan is not. Also running Terra Water. Same moveset. Slowking has Trick Room, so you've got another Trick Room setter in addition to Calyrex itself. Scald, so you can get some cheeky burns and protect. Regenerator, Citrus Berry, so this thing's going to be annoying. Difficult to remove in the long term.
Even though a lot of people here today are running Calyrex Ice as well, which it does have the Unnerve to shut down that Citrus Berry, but it really, but then you
Yeah,
can just
true.
like, once the Calyrex is gone, Citrus Berry's working. It has Regenerator, it has Chili Reception. It is going to stay on that board for as long as possible.
And it is interesting to me that if you're under half health and for whatever reason, as one Unnerve leaves the field, it just eats the berry instantly.
Because
Like, not effective.
That's just how the mechanic works, really.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. But we also have, on the other side, looking at aggression, Stellar Terra, Chi and Pao.
Yes.
Of course, Focus Sash, but we got, 3 different types, Sacred Sword, Sucker Punch, and Ice Spinner. So, that's how you want to use Stellar type, so that you get that extra boost multiple times.
Yeah.
Since it only works once per type. Strange mechanic, but kind of neat.
It's just a strange and unique mechanic, but I really am a big fan of it because while it is very underutilized, I think the Pokemon that can utilize it so well.
Yeah, and you don't see it on many. It's well, and then it's Terapagos, but that's a whole nother situation.
Well,
We also have I want to say standard Incineroar, but like there's multiple Incineroar sets at this point. We got, of course, your Fake Out, of course, your Knockoff, U-Turn, and Flare Blitz.
Yes.
So no Will-O-Wisp, no Parting Shot. This Pokemon gets Parting Shot and U-Turn.
Yeah.
Unfair. Unfair.
Sometimes you just need the switch up mix up.
Yeah, but
will I Party Shot or will I U-Turn?
But this way, you get access to Assault Vest.
Yes.
That's why you go U-Turn.
So then you're giving your Incineroar a lot more special defensive bulk, so it can survive a lot more issues that could be presented.
Right. We also have a Mungus and Tornadus. So very standard, tried and true, proven support mons, which is always funny to call Tornadus a support mon, but it is. Prankster, Taunt, Tailwind, and Snowscape.
Yes.
So 2 ways to set the snow. No need for Ninetales, Alola, it's fine. Cover Cloak on Tornadus, so you're not going to be flinched by Fake Out. Mungus has the Regenerator, but Ghost Terra.
So it can be flinched by Fake Out as well.
And it does have Rage Powder as well. Regenerator, Rocky Helmet, which is interesting. So you kind of give yourself a little insurance against Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Especially if you do use Wide Guard. Not Wide Guard. Rage Powder.
Right.
During my game 3 against them, they had Rage Powdered onto my 1 HP Iron Valiant. So it just took itself out.
Oof.
Right with the trash.
Oof. Yeah, Rocky Helmet feels really rude when it works well.
Yeah. Whenever Rocky Helmet works, you're just like, yeah. What else could I have done? It was Rage Powder. Oops.
Just Urshifu Rapid Strike hitting it 3 times and taking more damage than it dealt is like hubris.
Yeah. How dare you think you could just attack
Deserved.
me for free? Pay the tax.
Pay the tax. Come on now. We also have Sludge Bomb on this thing. Spore and Pollen Puff rounding it out. So no Protect. So, if you want to just wail on that thing, go for it.
Absolutely.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and give our competitors the go ahead here.
Yes, please.
Now I know you're familiar with Brooke's team.
I am very familiar with Brooke. Brooke is a very good friend of mine. She did knock me out in the little sudden death to decide top cut. But I am still so happy for Brooke because Brooke is a really good friend of mine. I've known her since high school, and she really worked really hard to build this team. She had consulted me a couple times as well for it. I was like, hey, what do you think with current meta? And I was like, here are some good examples. You like Miraidon, you're probably going to want to build around Miraidon. And that's how she came about it. The Ninetales she's running is actually mine. She's borrowing my Ninetales.
How kind of you.
Yes, she texted me yesterday at like 9 p.m. She was like, can I borrow your Alola Ninetales? And I straight up was like, yeah, sure. But I only saw it at like midnight. So I sent it to her at like 12:30. I'm like, here you go.
You know, it's funny because VGC is something where like you could really like spend months preparing for a VGC tournament, doing your team building and everything. And then the night before, you realize something about the team and go, I have to change this.
Yeah.
It's, you can never get it perfect.
Or you still are missing a keystone piece like a low-speed IV Calyrex, which I had to borrow from a friend in chat at like 1 a.m. last night.
You give and you take. You give one ice Pokemon, you take another.
It's just a cycle of ice Pokemon, really.
Oh, let's go. I was going to shout out Milotic. I see. Ooh, second place in the cosplay contest. Let's go. I don't want. Wait. Can we see? Can we see? Milotic. Hey, Milotic, say hi. Look at that. All right. Whoa.
We're good. We're good. Who just screenshotted on their Switch? I just heard that.
Oh yeah, I was like,
I thought they were
Wait, that's the
screenshotting
Switch.
me.
yeah,
Like,
me
why?
too. Oh my
Like,
gosh.
just 'cause I'm
Yeah,
my headset's falling off?
And hey, that serves as a great reminder of all the variety that we have here on
Yes.
offer at
Especially as,
PokeCon. Lots of amazing cosplays
Round
and
one of game
other
one
stuff.
for our finals here.
okay, so we are gonna set the snow right away, which is going to be probably appreciated by Alan. However, we do have 2 special attackers on the field for Brooke, so that passive 50% boost to Calyrex Ice's defense is not going to matter at this exact moment. The Intimidate from the King of the Ring is
What
also
a
not
good-
going to matter at the moment.
I do want to compliment Alan's nickname choices. A lot of them are really fun.
Yeah, and we got the Ice King too. Is it just all kings? Is it all royalty?
Maybe? Oh, right, because he's built around Slowking.
Oh yeah, and he does have a Slow King plushie sticking out his backpack. I noticed. You know, you gotta have a brand
Yeah.
for yourself.
You need your brand, you need your gimmick. Alan has it in spades.
For sure.
King of spades.
We also, you know what Maridon has is damage output, because there is nothing going to be stopping the...
Except for a fake out. A fake out will be stopping.
I was going to say the electric train, the Hadron engine. But yeah, no, fake out will put the brakes on that motorcycle for the moment. Trick Room goes up. That's a big deal for Alan.
Absolutely. I do also want to call notice to one thing that Alan did during his team building, where he prepared for the Calyrex Ice matchup by having a slightly faster Calyrex. So that
Interesting.
So that he just can either deny Trick Room or just never set up Trick Room, so that their Calyrex was much faster. It was faster than both my Ursaluna and my Calyrex.
Knockoff is going to get rid of the choice specs, which does, you know, add a little flexibility to the moveset, but does cut that damage output. That's not going to... A
the
crit is going
going
to
to
kill
take
the Maridon. That's unbelievable. I believe that damage roll is not enough on its own. I could be wrong.
That's something I would double check,
That's
especially
decent
since
chip. That's decent chip
yeah,
on the knockoff.
It's definitely a decent amount of chip, but I would definitely want to double check that and run that calculator.
Yes.
Because it's one of those where you're like, did that crit matter?
Yeah, it's really a shame that we do not have Protect on that Maridon. That is the drawback of the choice specs item. So really nothing that you could do there about that fake out.
You just sort of have to
switch
eat the
out.
fake out and the Trick Room there.
Yeah. And I mean, that just goes to show one of the many extremely potent tools
Absolutely.
from Incineroar. You know, yes, he has Intimidate, but like fake out alone is a really big deal. Helping Hand is gonna power up this. Well.
And we're going for the Ninetales there to try and to take out the Ninetales and potentially try and stop something. However, with the Helping Hand still being active, this could be Calyrex's last dance here.
Here's the thing though, Glacial Lance is not cut. It is single target, so you get full damage there. It is a +1 attack already.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if there's anything Ponyo could have done to withstand that there.
This game one was a very quick and almost effortless sweep here from Alan.
Yeah, I mean, Alan really got, like, your win con with Calyrex Ice is Trick Room, right? And obviously, the win con for any Regulation G match is get rid of your opponent's restricted, which happened immediately.
Yes. Especially with the Aurora Veil up, that crit probably very much mattered there.
Yeah, I am curious about that, to be honest. But, you know, I mean, of course, it always depends on if you have any bulk investment on the Maridon. Probably not, but some might make a difference. Iron Valiant take that. It does.
And then
But it's not going to take a Glacial Lance. Yeah, nothing to be done there about that Trick Room. That is what makes it such a potent strategy.
Absolutely. Now, while Brooke could have still wide guarded there and it would have taken into effect still, there really wasn't much else she could have done in that moment because you're just stalling, kind of waiting for the inevitable.
Yeah,
As Alan still had all 4 of his bonds.
Yeah, it's one thing if you've got 2 kind of spread move users on the field, but you wide guard, you block the Glacial Lance, but like, okay, now you just are 1 Flare Blitz closer to Incineroar taking you out. So, yeah, that was a really, really dominant, nice game 1 from Alan. Didn't even really need the snow.
Not really. Like the snow didn't really do much since no physically offensive mons really came in and were able to really do much to the Calyrex.
I'm just looking at Brooke's team sheet here. What, if anything, can be done about that sort of lead? You know, what do we have for fake out, right? I mean, I see no Ghost Terra. We have
we
Protect
do have the
on
Iron
Bundle.
Valiant with a Quick Guard. The Quick Guard could negate the fake out, so that could be an option that Brooke might want to go for.
Wait, it's Wide Guard, Brick Break, Dazzling Gleam, Shadow Sneak.
I thought it was Quick Guard. Oh, I was reading Quark Drive.
Oh, that's funny. Okay.
Oops.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been relevant
Yeah.
for sure. But, yeah, I mean, we have Protect on Iron Bundle and Chi and Pow. That's it.
Yep. However,
I don't think those 2 lead together
not the best.
especially well.
I do think Brooke
And it
will
does give up tempo if,
Yeah.
like, okay, let's say you double Protect. Oh, and then you just get Trick Room up for free.
I do think
So.
that Brooke might still want to do the same lead as before with the Alolan Ninetales and the Miraidon, but potentially she may want to. You said she had Protect on the Ninetales, correct? Or did we miss
No.
that? No. Well, she still might want to go for Aurora Veil, hoping to not get faked out. But instead, if she were to get faked out on the Ninetales, she could go for Volt Switch with the Miraidon to try and get out of that
I mean-
situation and wait out the.
Oh,
Trick Room.
I'm sorry. Ogrevon has Spiky Shield, so, you know, half the team is able
Yeah.
to protect. You know,
Because Brooke's #1 problem here is the Trick Room getting set up.
Yes. Problem is, it's, you know, maybe, wonder if you lead off Ogerpon, Chi, and Pow, because you're threatening Calyrex with both.
Yeah. And then
We do see the same Kings coming out first.
Absolutely. Alan is very partial to this lead here, especially with just how useful and helpful this is for Alan. As during our rounds, he was leading the exact same way. It is just a whole lot of momentum and pressure put on immediately.
It is, and I mean, you have flexibility in terms of you can sponge a hit on Incineroar most likely, and you turn out of there. Let your situation, you know, hope that you can kind of change your situation. But I mean, it's just looking at the team sheet, like, you know, I'm putting myself in Brooke's shoes and kind of struggling to figure out a good way to deal with this lead. So yeah, of course, send it again.
So we
Spiky
are
Shield hoping
going
to eat the fake out,
Right.
and does. That's a big.
Big move there for Brooke, especially since she's probably going to be Aurora Veil when here to protect her Pokemon more.
So we are just accepting Trick Room is going to go up. I mean, is the Aurora Veil enough? I think this turn too, we have to Terra Ogerpon, get that damage
Absolutely.
boost, just do as much as possible against Calyrex.
Brooke going for the helping hand.
Tank a
As you were
Glacial
calling it.
Lance, right? Because suddenly it'll be a resisted hit plus Aurora Veil. Now this is risky though because Alan can just protect
Absolutely.
Calyrex.
So-
That's sort of stalling his own Trick Room.
Absolutely.
But you might be able to get a free switch, get a knockoff, which is just damage on Ogerpon. You can't knock off the mask. Ogerpon is holding on to that thing for
Yeah.
dear life. I am not parting with this mask ever again.
Yeah, you can't knock it off. But knowing Trick Room players, you kind of, when you have the Trick Room up, you need to take that momentum and move as quickly as possible to just sweep everything in front of you. However, that would be a good move here for Alan as well.
And there's the protect. So I mean, the bad news there for Brooke is, you know, well, honestly, like you eat some damage and get nothing. But honestly,
one turn of Trick Room being gone is kind of a win in itself. That's a decent amount of damage from Incineroar.
It really could be a change of momentum here. Brook switching into the Iron Valiant, probably to eat the hit to save the Ninetales for later. I'm not too sure, especially since...
Well, I think well, I don't know. I kind of like just sending the same move in there, or helping hand into the Calyrex slot, because even if Alan switches, like what's the switch? Iron Valiant switching into a meaty hit there. It's got to be more than half. High horsepower comes out. I forgot that it has that. Oh no. Oh, it's doomed. Oh, it's doomed.
Looking like it's going to be another very clean sweep here by Alan. And also a very good call out to predict more offense here by Brook. Brook clearly is in the back seat here. She is trying to get as much momentum here as possible. So she probably was not going to go for the Specky Shield.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a shame that ended up being the play.
Where she does have the Iron Valiant now, so she could wide guard. But it does just force, once again, the high horsepower onto the Mariah.
It does. I mean, no, you can just Glacial Lance it. Trick Room's still up.
No, wide guard's priority.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, okay, there you go. I mean, that move changes the game.
Absolutely. However,
you turning out, is that going to KO? Not on an ineffective hit.
However, if the Iron Valiant was still KO'd, the wide guard would still be KO'd.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Same applies for quick guard as well.
Just set up the wall. And then fall over.
As predicted, yep.
And that should... Wow!
Does not kill. The Aurora Veil from earlier is coming in clutch here.
Right. Even at +1. Ooh. Calyrex just barely living on a sliver of health. And that's why we have priority. You might think,
Shadow Sneak.
Why do we have Shadow Sneak? That's not stab. It's probably not even like max attack, right?
And
we saw how much damage Dazzling Gleam did in the past. And it does get the special attack boost from Fork Drive, so it is higher than its attack. But situations like this right here, sometimes all you need is just a little tap.
Absolutely. However, going for Thunder Wave, forgetting about our choice guard. However, I will say the Amoonguss cannot spore here due to the electric terrain. With the electric terrain up, we cannot go to sleep. So they are probably going to go for a Rage Power to redirect any damage that will go towards the Calyrex, like Shadow Sneak from Iron Valiant.
I think the play here for Alan is just protect Calyrex. But does not. Brook picks up the KO on the restricted. That's a big deal, because I was thinking the play there for Alan is just protect and then get the KO on Valiant, and then you don't have your priority anymore.
And that was an amazing job there by Brook with the switch, predicting Alan to try and take out her Rhydon and just switching into the Ninetales. Sadly, the Ninetales was not KO'd for free switch him right back into Miraidon. However, with the Trick Room gone, this is her chance to take out this Amoonguss as another threat on the field.
Here's the issue. We don't even have Snow up. So Ninetales is definitely threatened by a Flare Blitz here.
However, we do still have the Aurora Veil up.
We do.
So there is still some little bit of a buffer. However, with the amount of chunk that the Ninetales has taken, I am not too confident.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like sending the Blizzard, but it's kind of back against the wall. I need...
Praying for a freeze.
Yes. Well, praying for a hit.
Right, the snow just came out.
Yeah. For a second, I was like, man, this snow is animated very poorly. It's just little lights blinking on and off. That's the electric terrain. And can't forget about Fake Out.
Yeah, the Fake Out was a very smart move here by Alan to try and stop.
Ooh, good, damn it! Iron Valiant's kind of strong, though, actually.
Yes, the Iron Valiant is holding a clear amulet, so the Intimidate from the Incineroar meant nothing in that.
Incineroar is still pretty good, though. I'm really surprised that hit. Amoonguss doing good damage. Is it good enough, though?
Not enough,
quite.
Even with the special coverages.
And that probably is the Aurora Veil. Okay, Ruin King coming out. The fermented mushroom is... The nickname is kind of standing out, yeah.
Now,
I do like that nickname on that Pokemon.
This Champao is currently running Sucker Punch, so Brooke has to be really careful here about how she wants to play this. If she just chooses the wrong Mon here, it could go poorly. And if Alan just predicts correctly, he could take out both of these mons in one pitch. And then the sweep once again with the sucker punch into the Miraidon.
This is a tough spot for Brook. Trick Room being down is a positive for Allen at this point. Chien Pao being the fastest on the field is going to clean up the kill on Iron Valiant, which is itself pretty fast, but not quite enough. No more electric terrain.
And missing on the...
So, you know, I mean, that's a resisted hit, but we don't break the focus sash.
It was broken a little earlier, as you can see. Chien Pao is still missing some health. However, Miraidon's here with like 18 HP. We could... There's a lot of things that we could do here, but Brook is... Actually, no. This is checkmate. Considering Brook is running the choice specs.
Well, you know, Brooking has full health. That focus sash is intact.
Oh, I looked at the wrong HP.
So, but, especially with that,
just a
this
sucker
is...
punch from Alan is the win.
Yep.
Oh, not going for the sucker punch.
Here's the thing, though. This is never going to KO because of the sash, and then Amoonguss just cleans up with a dirty sludge bomb. So yeah, Alan is going to take it with that. 2-0.
Amazing job there by Alan.
Game plan.
However, that game too, Brook played phenomenally and adapted very, very well to that.
Yeah, no, that was definitely what you want to see in terms of, you know, let's make some adjustments. Let's figure out what was going wrong there. You know, I really did like the Hearthflame Ogerpon lead, but it was just it just couldn't sponge that much damage. And I mean, that's a big reason why Calyrex Ice is so potent, is that, like, even when you resist its ice moves, sometimes it's just got that high horsepower to account for that.
Absolutely, and Alan really did play that phenomenally. Alan took stock of what Brook had out in front and was well aware that she was probably going to want to protect her Ogerpon as much as possible, since that was going to be most of her offensive pressure to this Calyrex at that moment.
Yeah, and I mean, with Alan too, I mean, even once the first raid boss goes down there, Chien Pao in the back is, you know, with the focus sash, I gotta hit this at least twice, and it's so fast, it's got priority, it's so imposing.
Especially if it's close to late game where the Trick Room has already run out, then you're good to go to just sweep there as well.
Looking at chat, Consort still weighing in.
Yeah.
With Iron Valiant with the baby hands.
You thought Consort was done commentating? No, he's in chat. He's giving their own commentary here in chat for us as well.
Absolutely.
I was like, oh, hey, Consort's still here.
I love when casters be chatting with casters in chat.
Just sneak right on in like, oh, I'm not done. I also have opinions.
You thought you were done with me?
Did you want
Undertaker.
another caster? You have another caster, but I'm still here. I still have opinions and thoughts, and we're going.
And we are indeed going. We are going to have our other two top cut qualifiers up next, which is going to be Nicholas Rubing versus
William.
Remind me.
Right?
No, William just barely did not make it. Was our top finishing junior player.
Okay.
Got a nice little trophy. Wait, I'm being silly. Who's up?
It was Emily, right? I for one do not remember. Was it Emily? Or am I being
Wait, yeah, I think you're right.
I'm pretty sure it's Emily. If she knocked out William.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're right. So that's going to be
memory.
A Calyrex Ice Rider. Again, is a restricted with the rain mode with two Pokemon. I guess you could argue three. Pelipper setting the rain. Urshifu Rapid Strike capitalizing on it. Amoonguss taking less from fire moves.
Same for Calyrex as well, so it still benefits the Calyrex, since it is going to be lowering any damage coming in from an Incineroar or Flare Blitz, a Flare Blitz from the Koraidon as well, considering just how dominating Calyrex Ice Rider is for the Koraidon matchup.
Yes. Incineroar and Raging Bolt being the rest of that team. Now, Nicholas running, like you say, the Koraidon team. The only one in the tournament today, but of course has been doing well. Let's see. Yeah, so backed up by the Assault Vest Raging Bolt with the Weather Ball, which is really cool tech.
Which was screwing me up so much during our match, because it kept scaring me out of Terra. Because if I Terra it into water to avoid the Weather Ball, I'm getting hit by a Thunderbolt. But if I don't Terra, I'm getting hit by the Weather Ball. So it really was just a mind game of, okay, now. Okay, not yet. Okay, maybe now. No.
And then on top of that, you have the mind game of Thunderclap.
Exactly.
You know,
So there
I
was
actually
a
hit this
constant
thing now?
threat with that Raging Bolt.
Yes. Rest of the team, your tried and true Amoonguss, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Chiampao. So I mean, this is, it's kind of crazy how there's really just 2 support mons on this team,
Right.
which is ordinary. But they both are so threatening in terms of this is a sludge bomb Amoonguss.
Yes.
So it can clean up some low percent kills. It can hit your fairy types hard, but even if it's not hitting you, you have to respect it because of Spore. And then Incineroar is your support Pokemon with Knockoff.
Yeah. Knockoff, and I believe it also has
Doing a lot of
Will-O-Wisp.
damage, by the way.
Will-O-Wisp as well to cut down the damage put upon by that Calyrex Ice Rider and other physical restricteds that could lead to a bad time for the Koraidon.
Right, and you might think, okay, we do have access to Sun on this team with Koraidon. Why not run Flare Blitz on Incineroar?
Well, we did see during
But-
my set that it was just a little bit too much damage and did lead to a self KO with the Flare Blitz.
That's true. I mean, yeah, we have the Flare Blitz on Koraidon, but Willow is just so valuable. Looking at Emily's team.
You have to send that to me so I
my
could also
bad.
look it up.
Yeah,
I can double.
we got team sheets. Yeah, I mean, being able to burn the Emily's Calyrex Ice Rider, it is Grass Terra, so nothing it can do about an incoming Will-O-Wisp.
Absolutely, and there's not very much on the team as well to really prevent the Will-O-Wisp. I know some players
Yeah.
like me would be running
Misty Terrain!
would be running the Misty Terrain tech, which I was a huge fan of. They may also be running some redirection, which I'm pretty sure they do have here as well, to try and keep that the Spore and the Will-O-Wisp from coming in. But you really do have to rely on it in that moment, and it really could just be a guessing game, really.
Yeah, I mean, with Incineroar not having Flare Blitz, Amoonguss is actually like quite fine against it.
Yeah.
You know, I can still send Rage Powders. Amoonguss getting burned is like really not much of an issue because it's so good at recovering its health. It doesn't have any physical attacking moves, so it doesn't care about the attack drop. So I mean that
And
is
it can't
one
get
way to
spored
get
as
around
well.
it.
Oh, well,
Well, and it
actually,
can't
no.
get- well, yeah.
I lied, since Rage Powder will not work on any Pokemon that is using Spore, since it's only available on Grass types. And
Yes.
Grass types ignore all Powder moves.
Some bug types,
Some Bug types.
but they're not relevant.
But that the Spore will still be able to ignore that Rage Powder. So, if anything, that would be the main threat here of statuses coming into the Calyrex Ice.
Exactly. Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. I mean, I definitely think we're gonna see a weather war here.
Yeah.
Emily being able to disrupt Koraidon's Orichalcum Pulse with then photosynthesis with that drizzle from Pelipper could make a huge difference because not only is Rain going to cut the damage of Koraidon's Flare Blitz, but it's also going to just cut its damage output, period.
Yeah.
Orichalcum Pulse just gives you an attack boost across the board, not just on your fire type moves. So I think that's the key to victory here for Emily is these smart switches on Pelipper. We might even want to see it lead off because it is going to be slower than Koraidon. So if they both come out at the same time, Koraidon sets the sun, and then Pelipper says,
It's rain time. Is that what Pelipper sounds like to you?
In the show, yes.
I don't remember ever seeing Pelipper in the anime.
In Journeys, it's oh my god, it's so funny. I absolutely love it. It drops the thing that Team Rocket uses where they turn the coin and get Pokeballs out.
I thought you meant like the male from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I was like,
oh, that too. You know, Pelipper is had some decent time in the sun. I love seeing it in Reg G though. It's just actually so good. Say again?
You said time in the sun. It's really more time in the rain.
Chat, you see what I have to deal with here?
I'm just stating a fact. You're more likely to see it in the rain.
Dude, I'm a punny guy, actually. That's my reaction that I gave you is the reaction that I want to get when I make stupid puns. So, you're welcome.
Sorry to have taken your show there with puns.
No. It's your show. I'm like, wait, I have to make a pun now.
Oh, no.
Can't force it. You can't rush art.
Force it. You really can't force it. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun thinking about it, but...
Anyway, I think we're ready to start this set.
Yes, we are going to start our set with Nick versus Emily here. Oh, wait. Yeah, you do that.
Keep talking.
What is happening? I'm confused. However, Patch is going to be letting them know right now, so we are going to go right into this game. So let's see. I have to squint at this little screen now. I do not have my reading glasses. It looks like we are currently thinking about how we want to go about this matchup right now. With considering we have the Calyrex, the Jetpal, and so many other threats here. It's one of those things where you are watching and very intently to see just how this is going to play out. Now, going in with the Koraidon and the Raging Bolt as a starter, I do like the idea behind it, especially just put out immediate immense pressure towards that Calyrex or any other Trick Room setting that may be realistic here. And Patch comes right back in after a little bit of a hiatus with us.
A hiatus?
Hiatus break. They're synonyms.
Going away on sabbatical?
Yeah.
For 2 minutes.
Yeah, figuring stuff out. It's fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, our in-house mic has run out of juice. Just the same way that Brooks Murata
needed a little more batteries.
Ran out. Yeah, exactly.
As we start
All right.
our game one here.
I'm excited for this. We got our second semi-final match
with
in our
Nick
VGC
versus
tournament.
Emily.
I had to lean back from the mic to use my theater voice. I've never been in a play, but I have a theater voice. Okay, Raging Bolt, could you like
You're
move?
a little in the middle.
I can't see who's here. I think that's Koraidon there.
Yeah.
I see on the other side of the clouds there. I find that really funny when really tall Pokemon are in the foreground.
And they really just overtake everything here.
Good music choice, by the way. This is a tense situation. We got a lot on the line. The winner of this set makes our finals playing against Alan. What do you think about this lead?
I personally am a big fan of this lead by Nick, since it puts in so much offensive pressure immediately towards the Calyrex. However, since Emily still has the Incineroar with the fake out, it may not be enough to take out this Calyrex immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot to be able to knock out Calyrex immediately, for sure.
However, I do want to see the damage calc to see if a Flare Blitz in the sun would be enough to take out Calyrex. Now, we are actually going to be opening here with the Terra by Nick. Going to Terra the Raging Bolt into the Terra Water. so that it is not taken into by the super effective Glacial Lance from Emily.
Yeah, I mean that's just a solid Terra there. Now, you basically need to choose which of your two Pokemon is going to be resisted. Ooh, oh my goodness!
Weather Ball.
That's going to be.
Calyrex for not getting out.
That's big damage, but we do have the threat of Thunderclap. We do have access to priority against the Calyrex. Look at that sliver of health.
Yeah.
The Weather Ball doing such tremendous damage.
Probably just barely calced.
Do we see the Thunderclap? Do we see the Protect on Calyrex from Emily? And we have more batteries in our mic. Yay!
Emily is really thinking this out here, as this could be a make or break turn for her. She could very, very quickly and very easily lose either Calyrex or even the Incineroar here, especially since Nick's Koraidon could just put out so much damage here. Going to switch out the Calyrex to try and preserve it for longer.
Not even trying to, protect and kind of waste a turn by Nick. We do get rid of the weather. Like I say, we were going to have some weather wars. Koraidon coming out, though, so Nick could reset the weather in his favor next turn if he so chooses.
Especially since he switched out the Koraidon into the Incineroar to cut the attack of Emily's opposing Incineroar.
If this goes into Incineroar.
It is.
Oh my goodness. What a read there. That is a read and a half. That is calling exactly that. You don't send Fire-type Weather Ball into Incineroar unless you expect Incineroar to stay right where he is and Pelipper to come in next to him. That is a next-level play from Nick.
That was an amazing read there, especially given that even then, if Emily were to switch her Incineroar into something else instead, like the Pelipper, that still would not have been the best move to go for. But Nick really just read Emily like a book there with the switch in to avoid losing that Calyrex.
Man, and that didn't even seem like the worst position for Emily. But, I mean, let's imagine if Calyrex Ice protects there, you still have Weather Ball going into Incineroar, but at least it's a Fire-type move at that point. Incineroar would still be around. There's just, there's so much dimension to this. Really heads-up play from Nick, who does spell his name with an H. We do have that clarified in the overlay now. So, I want to make sure we're getting everybody right. Pelipper is actually the Terra choice here.
Most likely trying to avoid a fake out by Nick here.
Yes. But went for the other Pokemon. That is why Terra Ghost is such a commitment. Raging Bolt is just not quite going down.
Just surviving.
How do we feel about Pelipper Ghost Terra now? I mean, I think the only thing you're getting from that is dodging Fake Out. That Weather Ball should KO, and it does. And that is a relief for Emily because Pelipper would have been weak to knockoff at that point.
However, I do like the play, especially given the end board that Emily had to stare at. But it was just one of those moments where it was just a little too early.
We do still have. Look at Chi-Pao craning its neck back. It is flashing those daggers higher than I have ever seen. Making great eye contact.
I see you, you dragon type. I'm coming for you.
Yeah. Oh my god. Extremely tall Pokemon are just so funny to me. I love it. Farigiraf, Alolan Exeggutor.
Ooh, and considering Nick was going for a Sucker Punch into the Pelipper, it's not going to get much here in towards the Calyrex, but the Thunderclap is still going to take out Emily's Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I mean, Quad Resisted Assault Vest, whatever you got going on, it's not living that. The Sucker Punch did indeed fail there, so nice switch by Emily. Pelipper comes back out. Koraidon could still come out of the party to rain on Emily's parade.
Probably, this feels like a tough spot for Emily to be in, considering both Chi-Pao and the Raging Bolt have these priority Sucker Punches and Thunderclaps into the Calyrex to take it out almost instantly.
Now the big punish there is to set Trick Room.
Yeah.
And dodge both of the priority moves.
See, there's the problem. The Trick Room, this is the last turn. So
Wait.
that would turn off the Trick Room then, so then next turn you would have to turn it back on.
Pelipper hangs on.
With the Focus Sash.
Oh, I forgot it had that. See, I got the open team sheets in
Yeah.
front of me, but like, Hurricane could do, honestly, probably not that big damage, but we do have the Confusion coming out. 30% chance on that. You're right. Okay, I completely forgot Trick Room was up. We got so much priority going on.
Absolutely. Now, Nick, you're calling Emily out here on a potentially trying to go for a Trick Room, but there really is not much else room for Emily. She could try and protect, but that would just be delaying any KO in the Calyrex, considering that every Pokemon on this field would have been back Calyrex.
Yeah. And I mean, at this point, both of Emily's Pokemon were going to get knocked over by a gust.
Yeah.
Literally. So that's a pretty impossible situation for Emily, and Nick should be able to clean this up here.
And working
And
past
does.
to honestly truly take out this Pelipper in Emily this game one.
Really good stuff by Nick. I mean, that Weather Ball read, I'm gonna say it, that was the play of the tournament so far.
Absolutely.
That is the read and a half.
It was one of those things where we didn't have to go for it, but it was one of those reads where if you do go for it and it works, it puts so much momentum and swing in your favor that you just take it and run.
Oh, for sure. And like, again, what's the fail condition there? Like, if that read doesn't work out the way that Nick wanted it to, you put solid chip on Incineroar, and I guess one of your Pokemon takes a knockoff.
Right.
So, oh yeah. I have a special guest for you guys real quick, mid-set, but this is, I was gonna introduce, this is actually the Rayquaza Ranger coming in hot.
I'm taking over your Megazord.
You're gonna need a Master Ball for that.
These are the two best commentators ever signed from the Green Ranger. Special appearance, straight from the 90s. 90s Rayquaza.
Sableye appreciates that.
Yes.
You rock. Gen 3 to the end of you. That's it.
Yo, shouts to Michelangelo Valentino, absolutely doing so much to put this thing on. I said it, I was talking earlier, this is an incredibly huge team effort to put on Baltimore PokeCon, and we needed a whole Power Ranger
Yeah.
to, I mean, we got it all. We got a Power Ranger on the team.
Now everyone here in the PokeCon staff put in a lot of work and effort, a lot of planning went into this event, and it is going quite flawlessly. And if you feel like you're missing out, we still have a day tomorrow for you to come in. We have the Pokemon Stadium for the Nintendo 64 tournament as well tomorrow. So feel free to still come out, show your love of Pokemon with us.
For sure. And you know what? I mean, there's still, the main cosplay contest was going on today, but there are still several cosplay meetups tomorrow.
Yes.
So we're going to have protagonists and villains, Pokemon. I think there's even like Eeveelutions
Yes,
cosplay
that's
meetup.
very popular.
Because, yeah, Eevee has taken over the culture. I remember when Eevee did not have mascot status. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's always liked
It had
Eevee
like
and the
popularity
Eeveelution.
status, but sometime around like Gen 6, they're like, yeah, we'll start low-key saying that she's a mascot.
Yeah, which was a good call. Sylveon was, of course people are gonna like that design. It's adorable. We've got, shouts to Nick for having Raging Bolt on the left side this time. That's the big adjustment I'm seeing in these leads.
The visibility adjustment is very real.
Yes. We're clearing up these skies. Now we do have a actual, unironic adjustment from Emily. The Water Urchin coming out now. We do have the strong Sunset, so close combat is basically the thing that you're going to be able to do here. Well, we got two Dragon types, right? Like, even if we switch the Pelipper in, change the weather in your favor, these Surging Strikes are going to be resisted. So this is a pretty difficult spot, honestly.
It is.
I have to wonder if maybe we just click U-turn out into Pelipper and just try and take less damage.
Which I do want to say, U-turn on the Koraidon is a very unique choice. A lot of people do like to run a Flame Charge to get that extra little speed boost. So it is a unique and interesting choice here by Nick.
We have Pelipper coming out first. I wonder if we will actually see the U-turn. Turning off Frozen. We see the surging strikes come out. Just don't even worry about it.
Can't see how much chunk this is taking, but it's definitely going to do a healthy amount.
This
here on
Urshifu cannot imagine dragons. Dragon type? I don't see it. I do not subscribe to your dragon typing.
You turn out, so they might be able to then next turn swap the Koraidon right back in to put that sun back up to further nerf the Urshifu.
You know, okay, that was like solid damage on the Koraidon, which, you know, any amount of damage on your restricted is probably going to be worthwhile. I actually kind of like that call from Emily. That was a relatively conservative U-turn from Nick. Oh, but Pelipper's not going to be able to take that. No Ghost Terra this time.
Sadly, no, the Ghost Terra not saving us here. However, we still have this very real threat of the Urshifu on the board. While Nick could fake out this the Urshifu, he still does have the threat of the Calyrex coming right back in to potentially set up Trick Room, to potentially just say, well, let's just Glacial Lance here. There's a lot of options here that Emily could go for that Nick is going to have to respect as much as possible.
I'm interested that Nick didn't lock in Thunder Clap into the Water Urshifu because it is locked into Surging Strikes. There is Rain.
That is a very good choice.
I think Emily might be able to... What if Emily called Koraidon switching in and just get Urshifu out there? But no, is able to stay in and probably just pick up the KO here on Incineroar, which is a pretty big deal. Pretty big deal, honestly.
I do wonder if Nick potentially wanted a free switch in for the Koraidon, so we don't have to worry about getting hit by the Surging Strikes as they come in. And just saying, I'll trade you my Incineroar for a free switch in of my Koraidon.
I gotta give it up to Emily. Like these are uncomfy positions, and she's just not switching her damage dealers.
Absolutely.
Right, just staying in. Like the goal of this Urshifu, like right, like I'm just gonna send the Surging Strikes right into this Dragon type. I'm just gonna ignore your Electric type, pick up a KO, like kind of based actually.
Yeah, Emily clearly seeing what is the biggest threat for her team at this moment and choosing accordingly. However, with the switch in of the Incineroar, we'll probably be able to fake out something and maybe try and get a Trick Room. However, both of these Pokemon are going to be doubling into the Calyrex in anticipation of that.
This is interesting. We see Nick locking in the double target on the Calyrex Ice. He's going to have two Fire-type moves coming in. Emily is not able to reset the weather. Pelipper is down.
Emily is thinking long and hard about this because this turn really is the make or break for this game 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, you're down to your last two Pokemon. Back against the wall, for sure.
Absolutely. With no more pivots for her to use to potentially try and knock off the Clear Amulet and let Intimidate chip down the attack of the Koraidon. This is a very good spot for Nick to be in.
Nick going for the Terra. Going to be resisting any Glacial Lance that could come out. That going to be weak to high horsepower. But I think Calyrex needs to be able to get Trick Room up to have a shot.
Absolutely, and Emily is going to be terroring here. And she's terroring the Incineroar. Going to Terra Ghost here.
This is... Okay, trying to read a collision course.
Okay, that is a very smart play there by Emily.
Faking out collision course.
However, the Raging Bolt is still going to be able to go into the Calyrex here for free and immediately take that out with the Sun-boosted Fire-type Weather Ball.
This is so unfortunate. I think if you... Well, actually, I think Nick kind of won either way there. If you fake out the Raging Bolt, you're now going to be taking
a collision
the
course.
Flare Blitz. But if Emily was more concerned about, you know, Koraidon attacking into the Calyrex, Terra Water, tank that, get off a Glacial Lance, probably not one-shot the Raging Bolt, but
be a much better position to be in.
There was a world potentially, but Nick, like closing out any possibility of that world becoming reality. Emily's locked in Nick's reality, which is taking him to the finals.
Yes, our finals now here are Nick and Alan going right on through with their very unique teams.
I gotta say a quick word to the people.
Yeah, let the people know.
in
Let the people
venue.
know. A 5-minute break?
Yes.
That makes complete sense. We are going to take a short 5-minute break just so that Nick has a little bit of time to adjust, rest, take their time, which I do appreciate. It's good to give everyone a little bit of a mental break.
For sure. And I think this is probably a good time to remind you guys about our sponsors here.
Yes, we do. We do have sponsors here at Baltimore PokeCon.
And I gotta tell you what, it's Baltimore PokeCon is competing for the the TCG community, especially here. Hard. I mean, just the descriptions that I have of both of these businesses are like, hey, you know what? In Pokemon, you're supposed to want to be the very best, like no one ever was, and they're both like, we're the very best trading card business that ever was in Maryland. So Level Up Games, based in Glen Burnie, has an expansive inventory of sealed products, singles, all sorts of types of TCG that I don't understand. But also hosts weekly and monthly events for Pokemon, trading card, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, Lorcana, all kinds of good stuff. Give them a visit in Glen Burnie. Player One Services is I'm actually not sure where they're located, but in Maryland.
Honestly, maybe in that place. I might be wrong there.
Possibly.
I would double check that.
They do pride themselves on, I'll tell you what I do know, is that they pride themselves on having almost all cards stocked at all times while always buying yours. I love that tagline. I mean, there's lots of Pokemon cards out there, and they're saying, we got them all, we got whatever you need. So, if you've been hunting down something
if you're a collector,
specific,
if you're a player,
they might have
if you
for you.
just like a certain Pokemon, they are most likely going to be one of your best bets here to guarantee, so you don't have to keep doing these polls and polls for your next run of these cards.
Yeah, honestly, like sometimes it probably saves you money just to be like, I want that one. Let me just buy that one, rather than a whole
It
bunch
looks like
of.
they are in Kensington.
Kensington.
They have a Kensington,
okay.
Maryland store.
Okay, so more DC area, which is cool. I mean, it's a Baltimore PokeCon, but we're trying to appeal to the whole DMV or whole region. But yeah, Player One Services also hosts weekly league events for Standard, Gym Leader Challenge, and other formats. So
I may have to go because I know they recently, to talk a little bit of TCG, they recently just put Ursaluna Blood Moon EX out in the newest Pokemon trading card game expansion of the Twilight Masquerade. And there is a secret art of Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Freddy Fazbear?
Yeah. No, he's fully like in a tree that's full of honey, just like eating it right up, while a bunch of Teddy Ursa and Munchlax just stare in awe. Like, oh, do we want to try and get in on this thing?
Respect. That's adorable. The
And
illustrations
it's
are
such
amazing when they're not
beautiful
AI
art.
generated.
No.
Which was the whole thing with that reader contest. But anyway, yeah, no.
But they
the
did actually
cards are amazing.
go and DQ those.
Yes, yes. Which good on the Pokemon Company for doing that. Yeah, like I said, we're gonna take a quick break. I think we'll have a quick message from one of our sponsors.
Yep.
But don't go anywhere. We will be back with the finals of our absolutely lit VGC tournament.
We've had so many great games here on stream, off stream. This really was just such a good, fun event to have here for PokeCon.
Absolutely. I'm having a blast, and we'll continue that in just a few minutes.
We are very lucky to be able to be here in Kensington. We just have an excellent location that we really enjoy. And being able to be specifically near like Antique Row and a lot of the historic sections of Kensington is a great honor. And we do consider a lot of the oldest Pokemon cards to be on their way to the antiques too. A lot of them are a few decades old already. My name is Ben Dwyer, and I'm co-owner of Player One Services here in Kensington, Maryland. Player One Services is a card store and grading center for Pokemon cards, where people can come and play, trade, grade their cards, buy and sell cards, and in general just enjoy Pokemon.
Player One Services is like the place that I dreamed about when I was a kid. And we just wanted to make that place for kids today so that they have somewhere to come and commune with each other and enjoy passion together. Hi, my name is Chelsea Rose, and I'm the co-owner and lead owner here at Player One Services. Honestly, it started with Pokemon Go. I was super into the game, Ben was super into the game too, played a lot in Hawaii, and it morphed into like a great community that we were part of, being part of like the video game community, and then we branched out into cards when we found Ben's box of cards when he was a kid.
Originally, Rose and I made a joke. We thought it would be really interesting if we could one day pay for rent Pokemon cards. Originally, we just like to collect them, but then within just a couple weeks, through a lot of strategic planning, we really were paying for rent Pokemon cards, and the rest is history. Pokemon is the largest intellectual property in the world, and it spans movies, TV shows, the card game, video games, and more. Fun universe of characters and adventures that people have gone on for the last 3 decades. Learning the game is very easy, but mastering it is the hard part. It's a very high skill cap, just like chess or anything else that you could play. It's definitely easy to get into, but to master it and to be at the highest levels of it is very hard. And you continue to refine and master your craft as you play with different play styles and different decks. For collecting, I would say that it is a vast ocean that you can step into, and most people, I would say to just stay tailored to things you like the most, whether it's collecting every version of your favorite Pokemon, collecting every card from a specific set that had a lot of significance to you, or like me, try to collect them all. We are a very tight community of players, and the people that we serve are ultimately going to be the kids that are going to be playing the game years into the future. And so we want to be very family-oriented. We want people to have a very good time while they're here.
Whether you know anything about Pokemon, you're interested in it, or you just saw Snorlax in the window, please come in. We want to tell you more about it. I want you to get excited about it. I'm excited about it for you. If you have cards, bring them in. I want to make sure they're protected. I want to continue to expand this community. I want to continue to give people a place to come so that they can express themselves with the card games, even like the cartoons or the shows. I want to make a safe space for kids to come in and love this hobby. I don't want people to stop.
The voice Laurel at gmail.com or directly on our website, laurelservices.com.
That was like a sample countdown before the real countdown.
hey, we're good,
Not
we're good,
the
we're good.
real countdown, so I was like, ugh.
Yo, Baltimore PokeCon, we have finally reached the end of our top cut. We are on to our finals here. And I don't know, you might be able to hear on the mic in the... Actually, he's not even mic'd up.
He's not.
He's not even mic'd up. He doesn't need the mic.
Yeah, the whole building do. The whole, classics.
We're just
Yo,
gonna keep
okay.
it moving.
You know what? As Mo, our TO and hype man here, is hyping up the crowd, I'm gonna hype you all up. This is what's on the line. We got first and second place trophies here. I'm being very delicate with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got the whole Gen 3 thing. We got Rayquaza on top. We got Jirachi. Good luck for life. That's supposed to be what you get, right? From Jirachi, I don't know.
You get wishes. Okay, we're not dropping it. We're good. We're good.
Nope, we're good. And then
It looked a little precarious for a moment.
And then, of course, we've got our lords
Our
of
third
the
and
sea
fourth.
and the land. We got Groudon and Kyogre. I don't know which one is third or fourth. You know, they're
I think
supposed to
it
be
just says
equals.
finalists.
So
Yeah, it just says finalists.
yeah, I mean, I guess
So-
third place gets to pick which
Yeah,
one
that
is
would be going to Brooke and
theirs.
Emily.
So yes, Brooke and Emily round out our top cut, but we are on to the finals. Our top two are going to be Nicholas Rubing and Alan. Do I have Alan's last name? I guess I should
I think it's on his team
specify.
sheet.
Alan
Casmer.
with the King team. We'll
With
have to
the-
see if
with the
the
Kings.
Kings, the squad of Kings actually does. Oh. Where's the what?
Microphone? Oh, you just had it.
Oh my God, sorry.
There we go.
All right.
A little bit of confusion here. However, we are right about to come into.
Just gonna give our competitors the go-ahead. Get started with our finals. You guys have seen these teams. Honestly, I'm good now. I told them they can go.
Yeah, we've seen these teams quite a few times here so far today. However, these two really were able to come out as the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, and really show out today.
Yeah, and again, like I just have to put in context. Nick is going to Worlds.
Yes.
Like, Nick is a seasoned, established, proven VGC force, gracing Baltimore PokeCon with his presence. I really am grateful to him and to all our other competitors who came out and devoted their time to this because you know this is a commitment and you gotta prepare your team and everything. So I think it's been a tremendous success. But yeah, I mean, even though Alan is coming in with this King themed team with Slowking and all the nicknames, Nick is the guy coming in. If we're seeding based on results, he's the 1 seed.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
So this is the guy who has already proven himself, and everybody else needs to prove themselves against him, which like you did.
Yeah.
Taking
Both
a
of these
game.
players proved themselves against me very well.
Right. And it. Wait. So Alan beat you, and you took.
I took a
you
game
took a
from
game
Nick.
off Nick. So maybe Alan is better. We're gonna have to find out.
We're gonna have to find out.
This is let's just refresh
But
real
either
quick.
way,
We do
both-
have the prehistoric lizard.
Yes, we do have the Koraidon versus Calyrex Ice. Now, Calyrex Ice is one of Koraidon's worst matchups here. Just with how much offensive pressure that Calyrex
Look at that
puts.
Slowking.
Oh yeah, I loved that little trainer card.
That
when
was
when I saw it
tight.
playing against Ellen, I was like, this is it.
That was tight. Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're completely fine.
And you know what's a VGC battle without double Incineroar
Yeah.
right off the bat? We got the double Intimidate, and it's only gonna apply to the Incineroars.
Absolutely.
There's a wrestling joke here somewhere.
Oh,
This is they're cutting a
it's the
promo.
face-off.
They're
It's the-
intimidating
it's the
each other.
opening face-off.
Yeah. Now we've got double fake out pressure here. Which Incineroar is faster? And where's the fake out gonna be going?
Honestly, Instin's not exactly most known for having like maxed out speed IVs. If anything, you're going to be putting those EVs into attack, maybe. Most likely, you're probably going to be putting in some bulk. So speed, honestly, these two might not even have any investment in it, or potentially for Alan, considering it's a trick room team, he might have a negative speed nature. However, if it is not a negative speed nature, these could just be a speed tile for these two to... It really is just going to be a speed tile of who might go first, who's winning the point.
Okay, we do have Nyx Incineroar moving first. Alan's
Alan
Incineroar
not
didn't...
going for the fake out.
Yeah. So Ice King taking a lot of damage for free. Alan deciding, let's just pivot this thing out. Depending on what comes out here, I'm feeling a Trick Room attempt from Alan, but of course it's going to flinch from the fake out.
I don't know about that Trick Room.
You might be feeling it, but you're not going to see it.
He potentially may be going into the Slow King, or maybe even the Tornadus with the Snowscape to try and put up more defensive for the Calyrex. So the Calyrex could either go full offensive here, going into the Champao.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Alan, I think even with Ice King almost fully healthy, it's in trouble here.
Absolutely. This is the opposite of a situation you want to be in, especially with just how much offensive pressure they could put on the Calyrex right now alone through just potentially the knockoff from the Incineroar. Like we saw, there is also a Will-O-Wisp, and if they were to Terra to try and mitigate these things, they are still dealing with the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that could go wrong for Alan here. We do see the Terra Water on Nyx. Raging Bolt here, so, you know, I mean, if Alan does decide to try and send a Glacial Lance. Okay, going for the Protect. I think I do like that play, but Nick might be able to scope that out and double up into Chian-Pao.
No,
but does not.
Thunderbolting into the Calyrex. So this was a very good Protect here for Alan to go for.
Will-O-Wisp on the Chian-Pao. That is such a great call because you break Focus Sash and cut the damage output for the rest of the battle. This would be one thing
there by Nick.
if we had Trick Room up. But right now, you know, because just being on the field, Chian-Pao could act a supportive role with the Sword of Ruin ability, cutting everybody's defense. But right now, it's just cutting Calyrex's defense.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where it's like, when you use any of the Ruin Pokemon, you do run that risk of lowering your own special attack, special defense, what have you. So that really is just one of those risks that you do have to take if you want more of that offensive pressure yourself.
We're setting the sun here, and we did see from Nick's perspective that we are going to be going for Weather Ball. Ice King coming out. It might be too little too late. I'm worried about Chian-Pao. We got to see a Protect here.
I think Incineroar coming right back in. However, this isn't really going to be getting too much out of it, considering Raging Bolt is a special attacker, not a physical attacker. And the Koraidon does have the Clear Amulet to just negate it.
Yeah, with Weather Ball. Oh, actually going into the Ice King slot, so good switch by Alan there. But at this point, Alan just doesn't really have the tempo. Nick is kind of able to outpace. Ruin King is sort of a liability now, being burned. Yeah. And Nick can kind of KO it whenever he wants.
Yeah, it's one of those where you can sort of play the all your friends are dead game, where you just ignore it and keep focusing on whoever is the partner at that time.
Okay, Sandwich Bike making a quick run to Jimmy John's. Getting the Incineroar back in, that is going to cut both. That is a very productive Intimidate. Chian-Pao is not doing anything at this point. The fake out ends up being a bit of a waste going into the... Oh, what a switch. Yeah, Nick, I think, just won with that switch.
Absolutely. This game one is absolutely looking in Nick's favor. Nick was able to preserve their Raging Bolt, preserve the Koraidon, and take a massive KO here on the Chian-Pao. And even now, he is going to have more fake out pressure next turn for whatever Alan tries to bring in here. So he could potentially, if Calyrex Trick Room, if it's the Slow King that we haven't seen yet, but it potentially could be considering Alan's affinity for the Pokemon.
Yeah.
That could stop any Snowscape attempt. It could stop any Trick Room attempt as well. This really is just an amazing spot for Nick to be in. So Alan is going to have to work really hard here to climb up the skills that we're.
And Snow King does come out here. Snow King, the Slow King. Ugh. Say that 5 times fast. Yeah,
Now this Snow King is such a potent, supportive, and offensive Pokemon that
Sure.
this might be a threat that Nick will want to take out as soon as possible. However, considering his team has a lot of electric type offense, a bunch of dark type offense, if Alan doesn't Terra this Slow King, he may be in trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right that we have not seen the Terra come out from Alan yet. Just gonna go for Protect.
Okay, Protect, trying to scope out to see what Nick might be trying to go for here.
Okay, called out the Fake Out. What's Incineroar gonna try to do? Nick actually doubled up into the Slow King, so I mean, you did identify it as more of a threat than you might think. And Alan actually switching out. Wait, okay, this is interesting. Because at this point, I think Alan can go for Trick Room on Slow King and Protect on Calyrex. I'm not sure that that Nick can take out Slow King, even doubling up.
Absolutely.
And I mean, maybe you just send Trick Room with both of them. But Slow King just used Protect, so it is a target.
He could also potentially go for Chilly Reception here to swap out the Slow King for an Intimidate onto the opposing Incineroar and setting up the Snow for Calyrex to survive.
But I don't think that really matters in front of Raging Bolt. Right now, like, Calyrex, even in Trick Room, is not going to be able to take it out with a Glacial Lance or anything. And the Snow is not going to help Calyrex sponge damage from... It's water. I disagree with this.
The Snow will not protect any defenses.
Yeah, so we definitely should be seeing an attempt at Trick Room here. But that just makes you more vulnerable to... it just makes you more vulnerable to Raging Bolt. I think that's already a tough matchup for Alan, and made even worse.
Nick doing a tremendous job here.
And the Will-O-Wisp
to cut down Alan's offenses, considering at this point, Alan's main offensive pressure was this Calyrex.
Yeah, that's tough. Now with the burn, that's going to do very little damage. You know what? I'm going to say it. I had the right call there.
Yes, you did, honestly.
I had the right call there. You protect Ice King. You're not burned. You Terra. I wanted to double check Slow King's Terra type before I said that, but it's ground. Ooh. It's ground. You would have absolutely... You would have gotten Trick Room up for nothing and suffered nothing.
Yeah. Oof. However, then that would then still become an issue there, considering the Chiampao does have Ice Spinner, and any potential for any terrain coming up, or even just big damage on the Slow King, since it is not physically defensive. That is his cousin, the Slow Bro. So that still could have been a lot of damage into the Slow King. So I do understand not going for the Terra Ground.
Yeah, I just think that was a little bit of, especially when you are in threatened position, which I think Alan has been for most of this game.
Alan has been on the back foot here for the majority of this game.
And I think at a certain point, you're down a Mon. You've got Chip on your restricted Mon, which is really the only thing that you can win with at this point. Just in terms of damage output, you gotta be able to be honest about what do I need to have happen to win this game, and I think Trick Room was the answer.
Yeah.
Trick Room and more things, right? Because this Raging Bolt is tough for Alan to deal with.
The Trick Room would have been a lot of work and a lot of help here for Alan, because it will give Alan more of that momentum to try and knock things out before they could go in and burn and knock out. So this really is going to be an uphill climb here for Alan. If Alan wants to get this, he's going to have to hope for some good luck here.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, we do have Trick Room up now, but with Calyrex burned, I mean, I think it's a +1 attack, but with the burn, it kind of eliminates Trick Room as a win con. I think it's too little, too late. But we'll see if Alan can find an angle here.
Absolutely, and Alan is very much taking his time here, trying to figure out what is the best course of action to get out of this corner.
Okay, we see the protect on Chien Pao from Nick. Ugh, okay, and Alan did lock into that. Yeah, I mean, I just think there's no real way for Nick to do, or for Alan to do damage to this Raging Bolt at this point.
That would have been a lot of meaningful damage for Alan if they were able to get the gold and potentially the 30% burn chance onto that Chien Pao.
Yeah. The king is dead. And I think Alan is going to have to be, I mean, hopefully he has been thinking about how do I adjust going into game 2, because, yeah, I just don't think the offense is there. I know I sound like a hater, but, like, I just, like, Alan just, like, has not had something, like, you can't take your whole party into every game, right?
Right.
The 4 Pokemon on the team are not well equipped to deal with, specifically Water Terra, Raging Bolt.
So this really is, this game is absolutely looking to be in Nick's favor. Alan could still could still get lucky here, could potentially get burned, could potentially, I don't even think there's any move that Nick has that can miss.
Well,
so Alan
Thunderclap
really
and Sucker Punch. You know, if they lock into a status move. That's not missing, but could fail.
Yeah. Or protect as well.
Koraidon coming back out, so we're gonna get the Sun going, the Orichalcum Pulse going, the Photosynthesis going. I mean, we already know both of these Pokemon on Alan's side are not gonna be able to tank pretty much any hit at this point. Yeah, and there goes the other king.
Yeah. We only have one king left, the King of the Ring.
That's right.
However, this is going for the Flare Blitz here into the Koraidon. It's most likely not going to be doing too much here.
Yeah, you know, about half health. Yeah, I think about a little lower than half health on Koraidon, but for how many hits Raging Bolt took, and you're like basically just at 50%. Raging Bolt has been the MVP of this game, I will say.
And hopefully Alan is able to take this information into game 2 here so that they could adapt and have a better game 2 and potentially game 3 here. And potentially take the first place spot here from Nick.
I wonder if Alan sent that Flare Blitz trying to think about just what does this calc look like? You know what I mean? Like, what if Raging Bolt is at low HP and it's just a matter of, can Incineroar clean up this KO? It's a resisted hit, even without Terra. Does it work?
Point, it really does make a lot of sense to try and stay in the game, stay for as much as you can, and just absorb any knowledge on how Nick likes to play. And just take that and move forward with it. Because in that situation, Nick was very willing to switch around Pokemon, especially since he switched the Incineroar, the Chien Pao, I mean, into the Koraidon. So that shows that he was willing to preserve his Chien Pao for later.
Right, and late game Chien Pao is so scary.
Absolutely, with the Sucker Punch, with a lot of speed as well. That really is
You need
such
priority
an amazing spot
a lot of time
for Chien Pao to have.
Yeah, I want to bring up Alan's team sheet because I think we didn't see Amoonguss or Tornadus.
So
at face value, I'm not sure that Amoonguss could help against Raging Bolt.
Yes.
But you know, we also have Flare Blitz, Koraidon on the other side. So, you know, it's not a clear cut.
However, in a situation, should this play out where he is able to get a Trick Room and maybe even a Chilly Reception with the Slow King for the pivot and the Snow, And with that Trick Room up, the Amoonguss will be slow enough to be able to spore something on that field with that sort of switch in, if he's able to make that play. But that depends entirely on what Nick leads with as well.
I do think Amoonguss might be a decent adjustment for Alan to have a redirector.
Yeah.
To be able to get Trick Room up. Maybe we lead Slow King, Amoonguss, Follow Me, Trick Room, and then, I guess you don't want to fast Chili Reception.
Not really, no.
Into the Ice Horse. Yeah, I mean, I do think this is a difficult position for Alan because, honestly, the Koraidon Raging Bolt lead seems like it solves the Calyrex Ice issue because you're immediately threatening, thanks to Weather Ball, significant damage from both Pokemon, and Raging Bolt threatens the Thunderbolt if Calyrex terrestrializes to water. We see a different support Pokemon coming out this time.
Putting the Raging Bolt right in front of the Incineroar again. However, we are going to be going with the Incin and the Raging Bolt into a Tornadus and Incineroar.
New face this time.
Yeah, we have not seen, and I as well have not seen this Tornadus yet, so I am curious to see how Alan plays with the Tornadus and how Alan is going to utilize it to its full potential.
I think here you actually can, I believe this Tornadus has Taunt, but it does not work against Incineroar. It does have Taunt, yeah. As a Dark type, can't be Prankster taunted. Another reason, one of the many, many, many reasons why Incineroar is basically the best VGC Pokemon. Going for the Fake Out, and I think just outspeeds, so just eliminating it as a factor. Air Slash on Incineroar, I'm not sure it's going to do a ton. We basically just traded
traded
a third
damage on our Incineroars.
A third of Incineroar's health on both sides.
It felt like a strange choice because are these not both Assault Vest? Or am I being a silly little goose?
Alan's Incineroar is Assault Vest.
Yeah. So Nick has Safety Goggles while Alan has Assault Vest. So it was a mildly strange choice. However, these two took nearly the same amount of damage with these moves. So I am curious to see how Nick's Incineroar is EV.
Yeah, I mean, it seems, I would guess that Nick's Incineroar has like 8 speed EVs. You know, because being able to outspeed another Incineroar, you don't want to just put 4 because a lot of people will put just 4 for a little extra, so you kind of just, it's almost an arms race. I don't think people are putting more than that usually.
Right, and Alan is going for the tailwind since this is a little bit of a hybrid team.
Nick is holding up crossed fingers on camera. This guy knows he's on
confident
stream.
Here.
We did see him call this. I believe this is a... I believe I saw him lock in Will-O-Wisp.
Let's see
into Incineroar. Look at his reaction. He called this exactly. We're getting a burn on the restricted physical attacker for free. I think. Does this KO Tornadus? It does.
The Tornadus was able to get the tailwind up. Was able to put some momentum in Alan's favor. Alan clearly trading away the Trick Room for the...
Oh! That's why Nick was holding up the crossed fingers. He knew that he made the right call. Hey guys, Aaron Cybertron Zhang here.
That is a...
Reminding you that is a 15% chance to miss.
That is a very unlucky Will-O-Wisp there by Nick. However, this is the exact momentum that Alan needs to really take this game 2 and secure a game 3 here for himself. So they're really going to have to take this momentum and run. If they need to make all their guesses here correct as best they can.
Gosh, and I don't even know if there's momentum here from Alan or just a gasp of relief that his tournament was not ended that turn. That Will-O-Wisp connects. What else do you have?
That would have been a lot of work for Nick. While the Calyrex is still a very, very potent threat, even with the burn, that it still is not any sort of debuff that you want in that moment. And Nick still tearing that Raging Bolt to avoid any damage from the Glacial Lance. Nick has been tearing these Raging Bolts in front of the Calyrex very consistently here.
High horsepower. I think that was your chance.
Raging Bolt flinching here from the fake out and putting some nice damage on the Koraidon.
I think that was your chance to get Trick Room up.
No, we've set up Tailwind, remember? Since this is a small hybrid team, and the Calyrex is built specifically to outspeed other Calyrexes.
Interesting.
It probably has a lot of, probably not a lot of speed investment, but enough that with Tailwind, you can still move ahead of a lot of other games. A lot of other mons for these games.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's like 60 base speed. I know it's quite a bit faster than just Glacier by itself. Still a good Trick Room mon, of course, but yeah, there are some decent Trick Room mons that can operate in Tailwind. We'll have to find out if Alan's Calyrex Ice is one of them.
Or to try and get some intimidate pressure on Alan's Incineroar and fake out pressure for the next turn. And to preserve that Koraidon. Amazing play there by Nick.
Wait, I might be goofing. Is Trick Room up? No, Tailwind is up.
Yeah, Tailwind.
Oh my god. See, my
we
brain
keep forgetting about the Tailwind.
I can't get my head around it that like Calyrex Ice outspeeds something. Trick Room. Like
Alan clearly chose the correct speed control to work with here, and it is working in his favor. However, Alan still needed to sort of get lucky without Will-O-Wisp-ness.
You know what though? This is a really good position for Alan, I think, because with the Sword of Ruin active, a Glacial Lance, I believe, takes out Incineroar. And just you need Chien-Pao to just chill, just be on the field.
The
fake out. Yeah.
I completely understand.
Dude, I don't know why. It's just, you can't. This is why I'm casting.
Yeah.
This is why I'm casting and not playing, bro. Can't forget about fake out. Oh my goodness.
And Alan is going to lose the Tailwind. That was the last turn of Tailwind.
Okay.
So if Alan wanted to make something work with that was his chance. And considering Nick went for the fake out into the Calyrex, Nick was able to turn this game around in their favor.
I think Alan absolutely must prevent the burn. Needs Chien-Pao to take the KO on Incineroar. Actually isn't even going to risk it.
Yeah, going to go for more Intimidate drops onto Nick's Incineroar, so they're not able to get too much offensive pressure onto the Chien-Pao, as he may be wanting to go for a Flare Blitz on it.
You see Terra. It's got to be on Oh, we get to see Stellar. Hey! Ooh. Anybody played the DLC?
No,
Steel Mask, it's actually very good.
I do like this Stellar Terra here by Alan, but just going for the boosted Sucker Punch
into the Raging
Bolt.
How much does that do?
And that is going to take out the Raging Bolt.
Alan is showing signs of life, Luminary. This is a big deal.
This was such an important knockout for Alan, considering just how much of a thorn in the side that has been. And with the instant switch in, avoiding the Will-O-Wisp, Alan is playing phenomenally this game too.
Yeah, are we gonna dual wield Swords of Ruin?
Let's see.
I don't think that stacks.
I mean,
that would be funny if it did though.
Both these players are on their Incineroar, their Chien-Pao, and they're restricted right now.
I'm impressed with Alan really climbing back here. The Raging Bolt has been the biggest issue, and of course the threat of burn.
Absolutely.
On his restricted.
Now,
doing a great job of protecting.
If I were Alan, I would be looking at Nick's Incineroar as the next main threat to go for. I would not be too worried about this Chien-Pao. This Incineroar is still able to Will-O-Wisp the Chien-Pao or the Calyrex and just negate their damage.
Ice Spinner? Do we see Ice Spinner into the slot? Free super effective hit on the Dragon type. I wonder. Because you really want to take out Incineroar, and I think at that percent, I think at that HP, Ice Spinner might have taken it out.
Incineroar going for fake out into the Chien-Pao.
What's Chien-Pao doing?
Safe and conservative play there by Alan. But this is the
Sacred Sword!
Sacred Sword probably was going into the Incineroar to take it out, but that is probably still going to be a nice meaty chunk into the Koraidon. but the Sun is going to go out, so the Crack is going to lose a lot of that offensive pressure it would have had. If I'm in Nick's position, I'm probably considering pivoting or using U-turn as an additional pivot to get more Sun up.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Chien Pao outspeeds Koraidon. I could be wrong, but if Koraidon can U-turn to break Focus Sash and get out of there so that it can set the Sun later, that might be a big deal. Okay, next Chien Pao coming back out. No, okay, this is important for sure because you do get the Intimidate off on both of these physical attackers.
It's maybe just what Nick needed to secure the stage here.
And we're probably attacking into the Koraidon slot. It's a Sucker Punch. Not optimistic about outspeeding. Okay, alright, we're pivoting.
U-turn to pivot in the Calyrex here. However, this Incineroar is still going to be on the field and still absolutely going to be a menace. Could potentially go for Flare Blitz since Alan did burn up their Terra. Could potentially go for Will-O-Wisp as well, just to really put the nail in the coffin of Alan's offenses here with the Calyrex.
Yeah, I think this is a big call. You know, do we... I mean, you don't even necessarily want Trick Room.
No, not
right?
really.
Your Chien Pao doesn't like that, although it does have priority.
The Chien Pao does have priority, so you could work around the Trick Room. However, that is still just... It's a little too late for Trick Room to put in enough work for Alan to justify going for it with the current health of his Calyrex.
I don't think we've seen if Alan's Chien Pao outspeeds Nick's Koraidon. And as chat's pointing out, if it's Jolly and the Koraidon is not max speed, that may save Alan here. Not gonna find out this turn.
Koraidon may be going for a U-turn here to bring the Incineroar back in for an additional attack drop on the Chien Pao, since the Chien Pao is our main threat at this moment. Yeah, going for a U-turn. I love Nick's idea for the plan here. However, Alan playing conservatively, protecting both of them. U-turn still works with protects?
Wait.
Oh!
I couldn't see it because the animation doesn't go
that
off when you attack
super big brain.
Your partner. So Nick wanted to make sure that he could.
Yeah, Nick guaranteeing these drops here. Amazing job there by Nick.
Now I'm trying to process. Why not just hard switch?
Because we wouldn't be able to do that considering the Incineroar, I believe, was either potting shotting or U-turning last turn as well.
Yeah, I mean, well.
Really good job there. By
That's
Nick.
a very interesting. You know what? If we get the winner interview with Nick, I want to ask about that play.
Get me the throat chop.
That
not taking it out.
Ice King is down. Alan is not out yet, but I mean, yeah, it just got faked out. You got the Tornadus in the back, so I mean, now we're going to be able to throw out a Tailwind.
No, the Tornadus was taken out much earlier.
Oh no, you're right. Okay, we
it's just our Incineroar.
That's a relevant Intimidate, but I don't know how relevant it is considering that Stellar Terra does not override your defensive typing.
Does not.
So, wait, does Nick's Chien Pao have Sacred Sword? Because that would definitely KO.
So, Nick, in this moment, could
No, it doesn't.
fake out. Oh, I was thinking about Alan's.
Yeah, Ice Spinner, Sucker Punch, Throat Chop.
So, Nick's Incineroar could go for a fake out here. So, this is still possible for Alan, considering just how chipped Nick's Pokemon are. It's still very possible for Alan. We could always still crit as well. It's not down and out for Alan just yet with just how full in health his Pokemon are. But Alan needs to play this phenomenally in these next couple turns, or this is just going to go into next turn.
Yeah, and it's a great point in chat that doing the self-hit U-turn did break his own Chien Pao's Focus Sash. That could end up being very important later on. Because Alan's Chien Pao can one-shot Nick's, having Sacred Sword online.
And now Alan's Pokemon, I've lost count of how many drops these guys have had. So this may have just been guaranteed here by Nick.
Oh my gosh, thank you, chat. That was the self U-turn was basically a way to switch Incineroar out and get it right back in. Great call there.
this.
Getting
some
that's
damage
such
on
a
the
complex
Koraidon.
play. But it's still not wrong to point out the cost, right?
Yeah.
You did break your focus sash on your very squishy.
Yeah, but that's just
Right.
really, if you think about it, it's resource management. Do I need this resource for endgame when I could potentially use it for myself to try and guarantee a better end board for me in this next couple turns?
You want to talk about resources though? How about HP?
Exactly.
Nick's 3 Pokemon are both like 3rd health or lower.
Like
Alan
I said,
is
this
actually
is still
kind of
very
healthy.
possible for Alan.
Incineroar might be able to clutch this up for Alan.
Going for the throat chop into Alan's Champao and
Hold up.
not taking it.
Collision course, who is this attacking? It
Going for
is
the
the
Champao.
Champao. That definitely
That
takes
is
it
going
out.
to take it. So Alan is going to need to figure this out with his Incineroar that has 2, maybe 3 attack drops right now. So that
yeah,
Nick
you're
might
right
have just
about the
secured
drops.
this right then and there. However,
By the way-
taking out the opposing Champao, so it's just going to be Koraidon and Incineroar. If Incineroar can take out Koraidon, this would just be the war of Incineroars. And
Oh, and we got
Alan's
another
Incin-
Intimidate.
and Alan's Incineroar does have more health, so he may just win this war of attrition.
Yeah, I think that finally Alan's luck finally ran out. He doesn't have Terra available. We already know that Sandwich Mike is going to outspeed and collide with Alan's aspirations. With Fake Out is going to guarantee the attack goes off. Don't even have to worry about outspeeding. And Koraidon's ability to outspeed Alan's Chiampao actually did swing that endgame scenario.
Absolutely.
And with that, Nick Rubing closes it out and wins Baltimore
As our
PokeCon
winner.
Volume 3's VGC tournament.
Amazing job by both players, really, because that was to the very end still very, very winnable for Alan.
It was.
The only issue is Nick came in with that amazing self-targeting U-turn. That was enough to really preserve all of Nick's Pokemon left with more attack drops.
Yeah. No, you're right. And I mean, the attack drops just ended up stacking so much that, Alan had HP toward the end, but not to the point where he could, like, switch in and out freely. So, wow. Amazing set. Again, like, it's impossible to know what to expect from, a convention tournament,
Absolutely.
unless, if it's, like, DreamHack or something.
Right.
But the level of play we have seen today is
Absolutely.
positively stellar.
Though we may
And
not
we didn't even see Terravagos.
well, we did see Stellar Champao.
Yeah,
So,
didn't
still
have that on
stellar.
my bingo card. We see Stellar Terra, but it's not from a turtle.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was still just an absolutely tremendous job there. It really just goes to show that even though we had a little bit of a smaller crowd, it was still a really stacked crowd with really stacked players who knew what they were doing.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And again, like I'm happy that we did also get on stream. Like we got kids out here too. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Pokemon is not just for the sweaty adults.
Yeah, no.
We want to make sure that this is a welcoming environment all around. But hey, Nicholas Rubing, we want to get you on stream
sure.
here.
Go right on in.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
What a
Thank
run!
you so much for
what a run!
hosting.
What a set!
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll just take it.
Yep. Oh yeah. Ice Rider is probably the toughest matchup for Koraidon.
Absolutely.
Today I
and
fought
you,
Ice Rider 4 out of 5 rounds.
you consistently kept getting matched into Calyvex Ice Rider
Yes.
players. Me being one of them.
Yes,
So
yes.
apologies for that. But you even mentioned to me earlier that this, considering it's one of Koraidon's worst matchups, if not
Yes.
the worst matchup, you made sure to practice this as much as possible.
It's the worst matchup, but I practice it so much that I feel very comfortable in it. You know what I
Okay.
have to do. But
Yeah.
the interesting thing was I fought a lot of different variations. Like
Yeah.
the Slow King Trick Room, which could set the snow
Yep.
and disrupt my Weather Ball. Your variation with the Grimmsnarl
Yeah.
with Clefairy. So there's a ton of different versions. So I couldn't just go with the same game plan.
Yeah, you
every
couldn't
round. I
just
had to keep
use the
switching it
exact
up.
same flow chart.
Yeah.
There were lots of different options really going back and forth.
Yeah.
You had the snow to disrupt you. You had the misty terrain.
Yes.
You had a lot of Pokemon with priority moves as well.
Yes.
So it really was just very iffy.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I have to say, I think the side U-turn
Yeah.
and breaking my own sash and the double protect
that
is
is
possibly the greatest play I've ever pulled off on stream or in a match.
That play alone is what secured you the win.
To reset my fake out pressure, yeah. That was huge.
reset
I
fake
felt
out
way
pressure,
behind until I got that.
It
And
put
then
a lot more attack drops as well.
yes, and the entire game, I thought his Chen Pao outsped my Koraidon. So that's why I was
thinking
keeping
that
it
too.
safe the entire game until the last turn when it was revealed that it didn't.
Yeah.
And that's what secured it too. But yeah, that was a great set. Congrats to my opponent. Very well played.
It was one of those where even chat was like, if this Chen Pao is a jolly,
Yeah.
then that's the risk here.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that was a great set.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What made you personally want to build around Koraidon and all these other Pokemon?
I ran Koraidon. I have a bad habit of picking up a Mon in the early stages of the regulation and then just not letting it go and just kind of like stubbornly staying with it over the next few months. That was our Chaladon in the last reg. And I picked up Koraidon at the beginning of the reg because, to be honest, I just thought it looked like a cool Mon.
Okay. Fair.
But I do like the play style because with Koraidon and Raging Bolt, it almost feels like you're playing double restricted.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you have Proto Special Attack and an Assault Vest. Because there were times, there was a match earlier, I forget if it was against you or against him in an early round, I sacked my Koraidon in order to set the weather for my Raging Bolt. Like, I was able to sack my I sacked my Koraidon to set up another Mon. I sacked my restricted and still ended up winning me the game by doing that. So it kind of allows you a very different play style where it's not just protect the king, but you have multiple different ways, and I like that. Also, just Koraidon's cool. I've been riding around on him for 2 years, might as well pull him out in battle.
Yeah,
And that's the eternal question, is which Koraidon do you use? Do you use the one you've traveled with and healed since the beginning of the game, or do you use the one who killed your best friend's mom?
Yeah.
I'm on team Sandwich Lover. I use the best friend Koraidon.
It's the best. It's the one that makes the most sense. He's been with you since the very start of your journey.
Yeah, and I qualified for Worlds, and I've been practicing for Worlds recently. And I kind of started running Kali Ice, I think because I felt like, all right, big tournament, I should run the meta restricted like Kali Ice. And it just felt like I was like doing my homework or eating green beans or something. Yeah. And I'd find myself taking a break from playing Kali Ice to play Koraidon, because I just find Koraidon so fun. So for today, I definitely wanted to pull it out, and I'm glad I did. Nothing has meshed with me yet.
You did a tremendous job with it.
Well, thank you very much.
And I know I personally because I found this team online and it just sort of tweaked it a little bit to my personal specifications. Like with the Misty Terrain, I was like,
the Misty
I
Terrain,
have nothing to really protect from status moves.
Yeah. And I definitely did not forget what Misty Terrain did. Game 1 of our set, or forget you had it on the team sheet. But I adjusted game 2 and 3. I remembered what all the moves did.
It was, I will say, with our set, you adjusted very quickly.
Yeah.
Like after my turns 1 and 2 just snowballed away from me.
Yeah.
And they just to the win. All right, let me just use this game as knowledge gaining.
Yeah.
What does he like to go for? What does he like to do?
Yeah.
What survives what? And you were able to take that information for our games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I was taking notes. Although my notes did fail me, I think the reason I thought Chen Pao was faster than me was because I was in Trick Room. I was on the last turn of Trick Room and I had forgot. So I had written down that it moved before me.
That was actually
and then I forgot that note was talking about Trick Room or Tailwind or something like that. But yeah, no, taking notes, using game 1 to make a game plan. Because how the things are built and when they choose the Terra can be a huge impact on the matchup, especially in a volatile one like Kali Ice. And then it's also learning your opponent's play style. The first time we played, I was able to get a fake out on his Chen Pao in our first set. And then I noticed he adjusted for that by in the second set, whenever I had fake out pressure, he always double protected to make sure I couldn't get free damage off, which is what ultimately allowed me to make what I think was the game-winning play of the side U-turn to cover for him going for the double protect to cancel the fake out. So kind of getting, especially when you fought multiple times, and our first one went to game 3 and game 2. So that was our 5th game today with the same team. You kind of get a feel for your opponent's play styles, what they like to do, and kind of adjust to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But either way, amazing job. You are a winner. You will be getting that very
I'm excited. It's a fantastic looking trophy. Yeah, and thank you so much for hosting. This was a fun tournament. I'm so glad I came out today.
This was such an amazing tournament. I'm happy to have worked my first PokeCon.
Yes,
had fun.
absolutely.
Competed myself a little bit.
Yes.
So I'm very grateful for what we had here. However, we're probably going to be signing off fairly soon.
Yes, and to everyone watching, come to PokeCon, Baltimore PokeCon next year. It's a great time.
And we still have tomorrow as well, where we are going to be having the Pokemon Stadium tournament on the Nintendo 64.
I might show up for that. That would be fun. Study the Stadium
Gen 1 meta single, different, but I'm sure you'll still figure it out.
It'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun.
Either Happy you're here.
you.
So ecstatic you won, so I can say I lost to the top seed.
Hey.
So,
And,
all
thanks
right.
for everyone watching.
We'll be signing off later. Oh, wait.
Let's say.
Is there more?
Right.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Honestly, this is cool. I mean, I could frame this and put it on my bedside.
Your first VGC winnings. Unless you've had
Not my first, but my biggest,
Okay,
actually.
yeah.
My biggest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me again.
The official wrap up with the co-commentator patch.
Okay. All right. So we are done here with our
Yes.
VGC tournament. We'll, I think we're gonna do our little award ceremony off stream here. But just want to say, there's too many shout outs. I just want an Oscar. There's too many people to thank. Hey, Mo.
Yeah,
You
Mo,
wanna
we
get
got
on
Mo
camera
in
here?
here. Mo put
This
in
man
a lot of work.
held down the floor.
Hey man, I got you.
Ash Ketchum, the goat.
You know, you already know what my best friend Pikachu. Can never begin. Let's get it.
Yeah, Mo was putting in so much work behind the scenes, did all of the math and everything needed to figure out what was going to be the fairest, best rounds here for our Swiss, since it was best of 3 Swiss up until Top Cut. And Mo was assigning everyone to their tables, doing everything very phenomenal.
Math,
So,
dude. He's got the math down.
Yeah.
Oh man, love, I love y'all, man. Anything for Pokemon.
You were supposed to have 2 mathematicians, but one of us was a little greedy and wanted to compete.
Big noises.
Love y'all. Anytime, yo.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
Good shit. Oh, I mean, stuff. Good stuff.
Language.
And you know what? Hey, Mars, can I get you to turn around real quick? Let the people see you.
Yeah, our wonderful screenwriter.
Oh,
Mars,
come on.
Being a little shy. No need to get him in here, but we are aware that Mars is there, as we can see with the little holes from the chat. Mars was running the stream, doing everything phenomenally. showing his
Glaceon will
favorite
accept your
Glaceon.
love, chat. Yeah.
So, absolutely phenomenal job there as well.
And yeah, gosh, just all our volunteers, they're all over the place. Just helping us get everything set up. Michelangelo Valentino, Green Power Ranger, you
Yes.
saw earlier. Kurt, who I think is gonna pop on stream after tomorrow's stadium tournament. Founder, like these guys just doing so much work just all over the place to make this thing happen. Baltimore PokeCon is not going anywhere. It's only going up from here. Keep an eye on this space. Keep an eye on this channel. We're running another tournament tomorrow, and we're doing it for the old folks.
Yeah.
We're going back to Gen 1.
Yeah, for our
Jank
Gen 1ers
and
out
all. So, oh, you know what? And also thank you to our sponsors again. Next Level Games, yes?
Yes, Next
and
Level
Level Up. Goodness gracious. Let me get my materials real quick. I mean, both of these places just want you to know that they are the best at in terms of yeah, they do great for just TCG, Pokemon TCG, and all of the other trading card games. Host weekly and monthly events. They sell whatever the heck cards you may want.
Yeah, they sell
do
singles,
trade-ins.
they sell packs, they sell Elite Trainer boxes. If you're looking for anything specific, odds are good that they wouldn't have it in stock.
So that's Level Up Games in Glen Burnie and Player One Services in Kensington. So we kind of got DC area, Baltimore area. So
gives
we
you
can all
everything you
succeed here. But yeah, I mean you can't do something this big without some solid sponsors. So shout outs to them as well. I think that's gonna be it. I'm Mr. Patch,
I'm League Luminary.
and you can see us tomorrow
Yeah.
for Stadium. Peace.
And if you'd like, you can follow us on our socials that were there later.
At Patch SSB. Wee.
At Leading Luminary, but Luminary spelled with 2 A's instead of an I and an A.